We're going to get started in a few minutes. We're just waiting for our technology folks to get the screen up and running. We're good? Okay, great. Good evening. It's 6:42 p.m. and I'd like to call the September 18th special meeting of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education to order. Mr. Burnside, please take the roll call.
Board Member Nubia Duval-Wilson.
Here.
Board Member Regina Eckert.
Here.
Board Member Bill Gifford.
Here.
Board Member Alyssa Malaspina. Board Member Kawi Telesford.
Here.
Board Member Arun Vadlamani.
Here.
Board Member Courtney Wingfield.
Here.
Board President Caitlin Whitletter.
Here.
Board Member Johanna Wright.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please take note that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in the following manner. A written notice was sent from the Office of the Secretary of the Board at 10:30 a.m. on September 11, 2023. That said notice was sent via email to Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, and the Village Green. Tonight is a momentous occasion as we come together to discuss the SOMSD Equity Audit Report, a critical step in our ongoing journey towards a more inclusive and equitable school district. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Edward Fergus of Rutgers University, whose dedication and expertise have guided the district through this transformative process. Dr. Fergus was hired by the school district as a requirement of the SOMSD and Black Parents Workshop settlement, which was signed in July 2020. At the direction of the board, Dr. Fergus, along with his remarkable team of researchers, embarked on an 8-month journey to examine our school district systems concerning the diversification of advanced classes. They meticulously collected data, engaged in meaningful conversations through focus groups, and surveyed our students. Their tireless efforts demonstrate their commitment to our shared goal of creating a more inclusive and an equitable environment for all. The Equity Audit Report has been a collaborative effort, with our district providing valuable feedback to shape its final form. Tonight, we present the culmination of these efforts and the recommendations made by Dr. Fergus in accordance with the BPW settlement. The board would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Fergus and his dedicated team for their unwavering commitment to this cause. Your commitment to this work has not gone unnoticed, and we are inspired by your report and recommendations that will make a positive change in our school district. This evening, we are joined by familiar faces both on screen and in the audience. Community representatives have been invited by the board to participate in the meeting, recognizing that achieving equitable outcomes for our SOMSD students is a community-wide endeavor. These community representatives will be given the opportunity to ask questions of Dr. Fergus directly after the conclusion of his presentation. As we gather here tonight, let us remember that we have the power to shape our district's future and make it more equitable for all. Our purpose tonight is not only to understand the findings of the Equity Audit Report, which will direct the district's implementation plan, but also to enable the community to understand both the challenges and opportunities for the district as it carries out its equity plan over the next 3 years. Together, we can create a more inclusive district through the work we do within our respective organizations. The board would like to extend a warm welcome to our community representatives in attendance this evening. If I don't mention you by name, I'm sorry for that. I'm reading from the list of folks who formally registered, and we'll begin in alphabetical order based on the organization you are with. So first, I'd like to welcome the Achieve Foundation. We have Eileen Neary, Christine Houseworth, and Shannon Kirk. Thank you so much for joining us. We also have some ASCA members here. Principal Irby, thank you for joining. I know Principal Butler is also planning to attend. From Black Parents Workshop, we have Mr. Walter Fields and Mr. James Davis. Thank you for joining us. From the Community Coalition on Race, Nancy Gagne, Carol Berry Austin, Jocelyn Ryan, and Dr. Diane Hughes. Thank you for joining us as well. From our Maplewood Township, we have Deputy Mayor Deb Engel on screen, as well as Mayor Dean Daffis. And from the MAPSO Freedom School, we have TJ Whitaker among some of our other educators in SOMSD. And I'm sorry, I don't have all of your names, but Thank you for joining us. From CPAC, we have Vicky Bond and Will Meyer. And from the Southorn Township, we have Olivia Lewis Chang and Village President Sheena Collum. Thank you all for coming this evening. Oh, sorry. And from Somea, we have Rocio Lopez. Thank you, Rocio. And a big thank you to our community members who have joined tonight's meeting in person or virtually. We really do appreciate you. So with that, we'd like to ask Dr. Fergus to begin his equity audit report presentation. Thank you, Dr. Fergus, and your team for coming this evening to enlighten all of us. Thank you so much.
All right, let's try this again. Good evening, school board members, superintendent, district leadership. Thank you for this opportunity for myself and my team to be here and present to you all this extensive work that we're excited to not only sort of share with you all, but also have an opportunity to be in community with you all. This has been an endeavor, obviously, as your board president shared, that it's been a long time coming in terms of the set of work that we've been doing in terms of supporting your efforts, but in particular, your continued commitment in recognizing that as a system, the school district is desiring and needing to continue to support the various set of youth that are attending here. So we are looking forward to sharing with you all some of the highlights from the report. Obviously, we didn't cover everything. The report is over 100 pages, right? And I'm sure you did not want me to share all of the great nuggets that are existing in there. And we encourage, as the report gets, laid out, that you all share sort of those other elements of it. But here we're going to really pay attention to some of the biggest components of it. I also want to say, we want to say thank you actually to the students who participated in this project. Can I just say that the students here were amazing, to be amazing on several levels. One, to be brave to share their story. Two, to be so poignant about how they describe their experiences, and to be vulnerable to share that with folks that they literally were just getting to know us, and we were offering pizza. Right? But they were, and they were not only hungry for the pizza, but they were hungry to share their story. One of the things that I think we kept hearing from the students was, like, nobody's asked us these questions. Nobody's asking us how we're experiencing what it is to be a student, particularly to be a Black student or to be a student of color in South Orange Maplewood School District. And many of them, we talked primarily to middle school and high school students, but they did their own retrospective with us. You know, they all told their stories of going back to elementary school. So though that which they shared with us was primarily about their middle school and high school experience, they all could give testimony to these experiences existing in their elementary lives as well. So we want to make sure that we thank the students for what they actually offered. And to be honest, they really they boosted our energy in terms of what we were learning and gave us a bit of direction in terms of making sense of some of what we were seeing in the data. We also want to thank the community members and particularly and I think some of the staff are here, the school staff who were amazing in getting us access to the students. Your principals were amazing. We definitely want to give a shout out to Lynn. Oh, there you are. Your access, your availability, your thinking partnership was amazing. I miss Marcia. Is Marcia here?
Yes.
Marcia Hicks, amazing. You were so great in making sure that we got to see and talk to all the range of kids that wanted to share their stories, right? And two, the stories that needed to be shared, right? You are an invaluable resource for them. I just want you to know that the students love you dearly, all right? Oh yes, and Ramon Robles was also amazing in terms of the translation part, because we wanted to make sure we had a range of families and kids who participated in this project. It was an endeavor to try to get as much information as we could in the time that we had to meet the deadlines that we know we needed to get to. So we wanted to start there in terms of acknowledging sort of the great lift that everyone in the community sort of really provided. And it gives a testimony to really everybody wanting to see the improvements, right, here in South Orange Maplewood. And I see that as also a representation of you have an army of folks who are ready to roll up their sleeves and support and go along with you in terms of doing this work. So with that said, I wanted to start with a little bit of contextualizing why this matters so much, right? I think there is a, one of the points, in talking very briefly with Walter Fields and James Davis, who have just been monumental around, in terms of from the Black Parents Workshop, and really sort of situating and reminding us that this is a long history of this work, right? Particularly the need for us to desegregate and integrate schools for the purpose of ensuring that all of our kids have the greatest opportunities. In particular, or I should say with a particular focus for our students of color who historically have not had these opportunities. And so part of what I want to contextualize is reminding us of what we were striving for from Brown versus Board. One of the things that Robert Carter, who worked for the Legal Defense Fund and argued part of the case, one of the things that he said at the Michigan Law Review in 1975, he made a point to say that Brown, was not a facilities case. It was a case about ensuring that Black people in particular had the opportunity to have full citizenship. And that sense of full citizenship is a matter of social integration. The need to not only just be in the schools, but also to know that they have a sense of belonging, cohesion in the environments that they are in. And I always come back to this point that he made because that's part of the powerful element of Brown versus Board. Too often we center Brown to just be let's make sure they get to the schools. Let's make sure they have an opportunity to get to the schools. But it's much more than just that. It is about making sure that those who historically have not had the opportunities to be in our schools to get the types of resources and the resources that range from the adults sitting in front of them to the types of physical facilities, that they also have an opportunity to be thought of as full individuals who can contribute and are contributors to the environment. And that's what we're striving for here. As you all as a community is integrating, right? And I know we always to sort of do the adage of but it is X year, right? It is 2023. How is it that, well, the reality is when we came out of not only sort of Brown versus Board, but also the Civil Rights Act of 1964, we had legal frameworks that removed the barriers. But we did not have a social curriculum to know how to get along. Let's be clear, we did not have a social curriculum to get along. So which means we fixed that which we put into legal frameworks, but we did not fix the thing that gave permission for that legal framework to even exist. And that's what we are striving for, right? So the worry about that is we can easily slip right back if we don't contend with the social curriculum that is mightily important in the work that we do. So we strive to do that social curricular work through some of the structures that we have existing in our schools, right? As a way to really reframe the ways in which we imagine supports, right? That we don't allocate support based on those who we recommend and not recommend, or those who live on one side of town, or those who do not, or live on the other side of town. We want to make sure that our students have a sense of full citizenship. So this work that has obviously has been brought forth, I want to make sure that I point this correctly. Now it doesn't want to work.
You want me to go do it and
I guess. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Now it wants to. All right. All right. So so I want to remind us that in particular, that our enduring challenge is we have to continue this charge around Brown versus Board. And that involves us, we're going to have to tackle the elephant that's in the room, right? And I think everybody in this room is committed to recognizing and talking about the elephant. It's different parts, correct? Yeah. Okay. I want to make sure that this is a community that's ready to do this. So I also wanted to sort of situate, obviously, as you all know, I've been in this community for about 4 years, 3-4 years now, in different, doing a variety of sort of reports for you all. And I wanted to really acknowledge the significance of each report and what it contributed in terms of understanding the dynamics that are existing in your community, right? So the first report gave us an opportunity we delved into the structures around your ELA curriculum. And in particular, we also focused in on intervention supports and your professional learning communities, which is the ways in which teachers have an opportunity to really deepen and expand their teaching capacity. Our second report focused on the math curriculum and enrollment in particular, and also a focus around curricular and learning climate around cultural diversity. That report, we particularly have an opportunity to talk extensively with school staff and as well as parents and getting their perspective around cultural diversity. And this most recent report, we continued with our focus around the math curriculum. This time we actually had an opportunity to really look at sample curricula, to really sort of ascertain where are the touch points in which we are seeing differential opportunity. I'm going to share a lot of what we focus in on this report, the disparities around special ed, gifted AP and honors, and discipline. We're going to spend time talking to you about the school culture and climate with a particular focus around Black students' experiences of belonging, right? What are the ways in which the climate of school, our students how all of the climate is landing on them, right? I always say that as adults, we organize schools in ways that we think is best for the learning that kids can experience. And then there's how kids experience it. And we've got to take an opportunity to really do a temperature check as to whether or not it matches. What we imagine is actually landing for kids in the ways in which we imagine. And then lastly, we're going to spend time talking about what we learned around your intervention supports, right? And each one, I'm going to explain what all of this stuff also means. So let's jump in. So we did a lot of activities in terms of data collection. We requested from all of the principals to give us as much of these documents as they could make available to us in the best timely ways that they could, right? So we asked for sample math curricula. We got an opportunity to also get access to, the superintendent was great in terms of making sure that we had access to the elementary math curricula so we can see what that looks like and how that pairs up with what we're seeing at the middle school. We had an opportunity to also gather from the schools documents around how they do intervention supports. Part of New Jersey State Ed Department is a requirement to provide intervention supports, what's called INRS. INRS stands for Intervention and Referral Services. and that is a requirement that every district have an INRS process. So we went specifically to look at what are those elements of INRS that are existing across all the schools, and what's the level of consistency. We looked at culture and climate with a particular focus around belonging and cohesion that students of color are having in our various school settings. And then we looked at, obviously, program enrollment in terms of special ed, discipline, and advanced courses. We were able to do interviews with some school staff. We did a lot of interviews with students, which was amazing. We made a strong attempt to do surveys with students. Unfortunately, again, we did not get the response that we really needed in terms of student participating in the survey. But we felt okay by that we didn't get the survey data from students because we got so many students that participated in the interviews and focus groups that we feel we actually got better data because we were actually able to talk to kids. And honestly, in some of the interviews and focus groups that we did with the students, where we said, oh, we're only going to take an hour, some students ended up talking for 2 hours. It may have been that they wanted to not go to class, but they still wanted to talk to us, right? And so that's some of the activities that we were able to do. And so the data that's reflected here is reflective of all those set of activities. So it looks like it's starting to load. Oh, all right. So I'm going to start first by laying out what are some of the patterns of disparity that are existing here in the community. Early on, we had a conversation with Dr. Taylor and as well as with your technology folks and data folks in terms of what's the best data point that we want to draw from to look at data, to look at the patterns of disparity, right? And we decided on looking at the year before COVID and the year after COVID. We did not include last school year, 22-23, because it was still an active school year, so which means the data was still active. So we never sort of collect data around discipline or special ed identification or enrollment in gifted AP or honors because it's still an active year, right? The enrollment numbers can go up and down from one month to the other. So we really focused on 2018-19 school year to 21-22 school year, all right? I'm not going to go too deep into the layers of data that we did, but I will highlight a couple of pieces. And I will start first by this. There's 3 particular formulas that I use often in terms of looking at patterns of disparity. Often folks will say, oh, I'm using the Fergus formulas. I always tell folks, these are not my formulas. These are the same formulas that the Department of Justice uses, the Office of Civil Rights uses, when they are weighing in as to examining whether or not a school district is having a pattern of disparity. These are types of formulas that are used in a variety of not only legal cases, but also the U.S. Department of Education, the Office of Special Education Programs, also uses it to identify patterns of disproportionality. One particular formula is what's called the relative risk ratio. And what I'll show you in a minute is I'll show you the relative risk ratio around special ed, gifted AP and honors, and discipline. Now, the relative risk ratio allows you to be able to determine, based on patterns of enrollment, what's the likelihood or chance that that's happening for that specific group. Now, the rule of thumb that we use is 1.0 is equal risk, meaning we want to be as close to 1.0 within each group around in terms of the relative risk ratio. Anything above 1.0 is an elevated risk. Anything below 1.0 is a lowered risk, all right? So I want you all to keep that in mind, and I will keep, as I go walk through the data, I will refer to that. So, all right, so we will start with special education. All right, so the big headline around special education, the findings are that over the 2018-19 to 21-22 school year, there's a persistent pattern of disparity in terms of who's ending up in special education, with a particular attention to the fact that Black students were consistently 80 to 90% more likely compared to all others to be identified with a particular disability categories, right? So white students were between 40 to 50% less likely compared to all other students to be identified with a disability. Right, data, yeah. So just for folks of edification, just so you all know, in case you're wondering, this is This is the data that every school district has to collect, and they submit to the state education department, right? So this is, as you all know, your own data, right? And we get an opportunity to really sort of do this analysis. So to give you to show you what it looks like. So in terms of special education, all right. Ooh, this is going to be a little hard to see. All right, so this first blue line, this is our Native American students in your school district. So what you'll see, and if you look over on the left-hand side, you see a red arrow. The red arrow is to give you a frame of reference that is 1.0. So remember, 1.0 is equal risk, right? So we want each line to be as close to 1.0. And what you'll see from 2018-19 school year to 19-20 school year to 21-22 school year, that Native American students were above the 1.0, they were below 1.0 in one school year, and then back up in 21-22 school year. Now, that is partly due to the fact that you have a very small count of students that identify as Native American in your school district. So you're going to see a lot more variability going from year to year because of that low number, right? When we look at other groups where you have a great deal of greater stability of enrollment, this next line here, which is a bit orange line, this is your Asian student population. So if you look at each year, 2018-19, 2019-20, and 21-22, you will see that your Asian student population is below 1.0, meaning that your Asian student populations each year were less likely to be identified with a disability compared to all other students. This next line is your Black students. You will see that your Black students are above 1.0. And you will see that Black students are actually close to the 2.0 line, which means that Black students each year were 2 times more likely compared to all other students. Or another way of framing it, that they're close to 2.0, which means that they're 100% more likely compared to all other students to be identified with a disability. Our next group is our Latinx student population. And you will see again, your Latinx student population was also above 1.0 in each of the years. They were close to 1.5 in 2018-2019 school year. 2019-20 school year, they were at 2.0. And then in 21-22 school year, they were around 1.7. Again, above the 1.0. So they had an elevated risk compared to all other students. This next line, this blue line that's at the bottom now, next to your Asian student line, is your white student population. They were also below the 1.0, so which means that they were less likely compared to all other students to be identified with a disability. And then lastly, your multiracial identified students were near 1.0 in terms of their equal risks, meaning of all students, that particular grouping was closest to having the equal risk or having equal chance of being identified with a particular disability during these 3 consecutive years. All right? A couple of additional patterns that I want to highlight is that between 18-19 and 21-22 school year, that on average, when we looked at the percentage of each group, 1 in every Black student that was walking in your school district, 1 in every 5 students that's eligible for free and reduced lunch, 1 in every 5 male students were identified with a disability. Each group was hovering around 20% in terms of, just for a frame of reference, the national average in terms of groups is 12%. So you're having, within these groups, you have layers of elevated risk that's existing. And yes, there are overlaps as we're thinking about these different groups, but the concern is that you have such a propensity, such a high propensity, that these groups are ending up in being identified with a disability. Comparatively, on average, 1 in every 10 white students, student not eligible for free and reduced lunch, and female students were identified with disability. So there was a lowered likelihood of being identified with a disability amongst those groups. And then lastly, the other additional pattern we wanted to highlight was that between these same school years again, Black, Latinx, free reduced lunch eligible students and male students were at greatest risk of being identified with a learning disability, LD, and or speech language impairment. Those two particular disability categories were of great prominence in the data during these particular school years. And I want us to hold on to that information, because it's when we talk about intervention supports, we're going to need to talk about sort of what is happening within intervention supports that could stem the pattern to which we're seeing these particular types of disabilities emerging. And the other piece I also want to highlight around special education is there is a great deal of opportunity that exists within what we offer in special education. And so highlighting these patterns is not giving a testimony about a problem with special education, but the appropriateness to which we are seeing kids ending up in special education. There's substantive research that has been existing for a long time that really highlights that that there are patterns to which there is inappropriate identification that emerges as a result of what some researchers called curriculum-based disabilities, meaning the degree to which kids are getting quality, consistent, and high-fidelity curriculum that may leave them at a loss and create a disability, or what may appear as a disability when this child is brought up to the child study team. So I want to make sure I make that point, that this is not an indictment on special education. This is a conversation about everything that's happening before that, all right? The next set of data I want to talk about is AP and honors. And particularly AP and honors, not gifted, because you all, according to the data, there was no data around gifted. The data was all around AP and honors. So the analysis in terms, again, these school years demonstrate that there's a pattern in which Black and Latinx students are at greatest likelihood of being enrolled in honors classes, right? I want to acknowledge the fact that that is a significant pattern that you all are demonstrating during these years, where you have these two groups that historically have been underrepresented in your AP and honors, or I should say in your honors. You've made great moves where we're seeing in the data that they have the greatest likelihood of ending up in honors. However, they have a significantly reduced chance or likelihood of ending up in advanced placement classes. And we'll talk a little bit about what we think the texture is around why that is happening from the stories that the students shared with us around their experiences being in AP classes. Meanwhile, white and Asian students have an inverse pattern compared to Black and Latinx students. Our concern is, as we were looking at the data from year to year, is honors arriving at being the ceiling for Black and Latinx students, right? And when we talk about recommendations a little bit later, what this data is not necessarily suggesting, let's just put them all in AP. This is a matter of we have to be more systematic around how we are supporting our students in the range of available resources, in particular around AP and honors. So I'm going to show you the relative risk ratio data by race in terms of honors, and then I'm going to show you AP. And you will see the sort of the difference. So again, same, if you look at the red arrow, that is reflective of 1.0 equal risk. Native American student population, you'll see from each year, again, you have a small identified population of Native American students, so that's why you see that level of volatility. Our next group, if we look at our Asian student population, this is honors. So in 1819 and 1920 school year, your Asian identified students were below the 1.0 and then above 1.0 in 21-22 school year. Your Black students, right? Each school year, you will see that they are well above 1.7 or 70% more likely compared to all other students to be enrolled in honors classes. Your Latinx students, you see a trajectory in these 3 years in terms of their enrollment patterns where their likelihood is increasing. You look at the blue line is your white students. The white students are below 1.0 in terms of their likelihood of being enrolled in honors classes. And then the same pattern with your multiracial identified students. So that's honors. And for those, just for a quick edification, you know, honors classes are what happens in honors classes and AP classes very different. AP classes or advanced placement, there is there are a set of national tests that are tied to AP classes, and there's an AP curriculum that is driven by College Board. So there is other provisions that exist in terms of how AP is organized and taught than honors classes. So I want to make sure, just in case anybody has any wants an understanding between the two, honors and AP. When again, we look at our data in terms of these 3 years, you have the red arrow there to give you a point of reference in terms of 1.0. Our Native American student population, our Asian student population, 1819, 1920, 21, 22, slightly over 1.0 in terms of elevated risk. Black students below 1.0 in terms of so they have a lowered risk each consecutive year to be enrolled in AP classes. Your Latinx students have equal risk compared to all other students, so they're at that 1.0 line. Your white students are hovering over 2.0 in 1819, 1920 school year, and right below 2.0 in 21-22 school year. And lastly, your multiracial students are below 1.0, meaning having a lowered risk. So again, to the point that I made around the findings, what we learned is honors was the place in which we saw the greatest likelihood existing among your historically underrepresented groups, particularly your Black and Latinx students. However, the inverse is happening in terms of AP, right? And it begged the question, is there a ceiling that's existing? And when we talk about the culture and climate, particularly around what students were sharing, they gave us testimony as to what they're experiencing between honors classes versus AP classes. Some additional patterns between 1819 and 21-22, that on average, 2 out of every 3 AP students identified as white, right? So the majority of students who were in AP classes, around 60% identified as white. 1 out of every 2 AP student identified as male. So one of the patterns, particularly when we looked at it by gender, in AP and honors, we saw a pattern to which by gender there was equal risk existing for male and female identified students. Another pattern, 1 out of every 3 honors students identified as Black, and 1 out of every 2 AP students, or honor student, I should say honor student, I'm sorry, identified as male. So again, male-female identified was still consistent. Now, when it came to discipline, we decided on only looking at 1 year because we had COVID year, right? And there was no disciplining that was happening. Obviously, that ceased in March, and we didn't want to skew the data by demonstrating a pattern of data that only spoke to 6 to 7 months of the school year. So we decided to really focus on just looking at data for 21-22 school year. So this discipline data is not a trend analysis, unlike the other ones. So this is just going to give us a 1 moment in time snapshot of 21-22 school year. Obviously, we did not look at 22-23 school year because last year, the data was still active. So, some of what we learned is that among the Black student population, which comprised 25% of the school district enrollment, they were 64% of the overall students receiving discipline, right? Your numbers around students experience discipline. And when I'm talking about discipline, I'm talking about out of school suspension and in school suspension. That though there was you don't have a significant number of students that are experiencing out of school suspension or in school suspension, according to the data, right? Though there's not a high count, the majority of the students experiencing discipline, and if I remember correctly, primarily out of school suspension, were Black students, right? So, which as you can imagine, means that they're comparatively, your white students that are 54% of the overall student enrollment, they were representing a much smaller number of students in discipline, right? So what I did in terms of this discipline data is, because we're just looking at 1 year, I wanted to demonstrate to you all what it looked like by race, by free and reduced lunch status, and by gender. You can see the exact same data points around free and reduced lunch and gender in the report for special ed and gifted AP and honors, because we had more years of data to kind of share, but I did not want to bore you all with umpteen slides around all of those. But for discipline, because I'm just looking at 1 year, I put it all into one slide so you all can see the rate of pattern around discipline. Again, the red arrow is to signal that that's 1.0. Now, what you will see is I will bring each group up one at a time. Your Native American students have zero likelihood of being disciplined. And that's because you had, of the small number, 0 had experienced discipline in the 21-22 school year. Your Asian students were well below 1.0, so they have a lower likelihood. Your Black students, as I mentioned, represented the bulk of students that were experiencing discipline. For those who can't see, the number up top is 5.47. That's the relative risk ratio, meaning that Black students in 21-22 school year were nearly 5.5 times more likely compared to all other students. Or another way of saying it is that they are 447% more likely compared to all other students to experience discipline in 21-22 school year. Your Latinx students were slightly above 1.0. They were at 1.28. White students were below 1.0. They have a lowered risk. Multiracial students were right near that 1.0 line. This is, your male students. Male students are slightly above 1.0. Female students, same, slightly above 1.0. Your students eligible for free and reduced lunch status, they are 3.8 or nearly 4 times more likely. Or another way of saying it is that they're 280% more likely compared to all other students. And your students not eligible for free and reduced lunch, they had a lowered risk compared to all other students. So here, just to give, this provides sort of being a visual of understanding what are the various groups when it comes to discipline that are experiencing a particular, are experiencing discipline at a higher rate compared to all other students. So the overall disparity findings are that Black students eligible for free and reduced lunch, Latinx students, and male students more likely to be identified with a disability compared to all other groups. And then white students and students not eligible for free and reduced lunch, more likely to be enrolled in AP classes compared to all other students, right? So these particular patterns started to obviously sort of allow for us to see the outcome of what we do in our school system. So we needed to make sure that we looked closely to understand what are the facets of how school operate that play a direct or indirect role in this. So we start first with the curriculum piece, right? So in terms of, and then specifically, we decided to look in on math because obviously in terms of the settlement agreement, there was a notation around math specifically in terms of who's ending up in which math classes. And there's what we learned in terms of the data. We talked very extensively in the report about this, is that there's a disparity that is evident starting in elementary school that feeds middle school and gets further exacerbated in high school, right? And in particular, not just in terms of achievement, but also patterns around reduced rigorous curriculum exposure for students who are in, I don't like to call it the lower track because they are the grade level tracks, right? They are the tracks that everyone gets should be the standard of what is grade 6 or grade 8 math. However, as we talk about in the report, there is a diametrically different cognitive experience that's happening in those grade level math classes compared to classes that are more advanced. But first, I'll start with the math achievement patterns. And what you'll see, these are the data points that we gathered from New Jersey State Ed Department data. I'm sure many folks in this room are very familiar with this data, right? And you can see the diametrically different experiences in terms of math achievement by race in 21-22 school year. In grade 3, 4, 5, each column represents a different grade level band. And you see, you have white students, Black students, Latinx, and Asian students. And you can comparatively see, as you look across each of the bars, that each grade level, Black and Latinx students have there's a lower percentage of them as test takers that are meeting or exceeding grade level benchmarks on the state exams. Meaning, for example, if we look at the blue bar for Black students, which is grade 3, 23% of Black students who took the test in 3rd grade in 21-22 school year met or exceeded the grade level benchmarks, which means that, that nearly 75% did not, right? And if you look comparatively across other groups, there is a diametrically different pattern of achievement that's existing among our students here in South Orange Maplewood, starting in 3rd grade. When we looked a little bit deeper in terms of the curriculum itself, we probably, I'll say this, as a team, we probably nerded out a little bit around the curriculum, right? And appropriately so, because what we really wanted to understand is, what are kids getting exposed to on a daily basis, right? One of the things that we wanted to particularly examine was depth of thinking or cognitive work that's happening in math classes, right? One of the frames that is used in education is what's called Bloom's taxonomy. And those who are not familiar, Bloom's work really focuses on higher order thinking skills. So you go from remembering to understanding to apply to analyze to evaluate to create. The intention around the science of learning, that what we do in schools, is to ensure that our kids are getting to practice higher level cognitive work, right? Meaning kids should have an opportunity to not only get to remember and understand something, those are the types of questions that happen in class that are like, when was Thomas Jefferson born? When was the Battle of the Bulge? Those are understanding, remembering, or recall types of questions, right? What we want kids to practice is analytic or evaluative types of question, right? Where, for example, they get to compare, compare World War I to World War II. What do you think may have worked or did not work in terms of how we engaged in World War I versus World War II? We want kids practicing that. That has to be a very intentional thing that we program in our curricular work. So we use that frame as part of our examination in terms of the math units that we were looking at. And so some of the elements of what we learned was that in grade 6 math, the majority of student learning standards, particularly in what is in the grade 6 math, which quote unquote the lower track, the majority of the learning standards were in the understanding and remembering quadrants. There is few notations, and mind you, we were looking at just one unit, right? I think it was a 4 or 6 week unit to really understand. And what kids were getting exposed to, they were more often than not getting a lot of remembering and recall types of questions that was being planned for in terms of their learning, right? The other, when we compare to the grade 6 pre-algebra class, right, which is a slightly more advanced class, that the majority of the learning standards that were encouraging students to do much more reading and evaluative and analysis type of work in those set of classes, right? So the opportunities for cognitive lift and exposure were diametrically different for grade 6 math kids and kids in grade 6 pre-algebra. And we bring this up, and I'll make as a bit of a side note, you know, one of the elements that we identified in our second report was that, and one of the pieces that we saw in the curriculum, the math curriculum at that time, was that particularly lesson plans that we saw were that there were grade 6 math students were getting exposed to what's called academic behavior curricula, meaning they were having an opportunity to learn about how to do or be good students in classes, which was something different from what the grade 6 pre-algebra students were getting. Meaning grade 6 math students, when we did that analysis 2 years ago, that curricular unit that we saw, there were 10 days that were organized for grade 6 math students to learn about being good students, which were not 10 days that the grade 6 pre-algebra kids had to do. And I bring that up only to say that those are 10 days of differential instruction that's happening, right? Our curiosity is that how that ends up adding up over time for our kiddos. So the concern of what we go really deep in the report around the differences that we saw in terms of what is being planned for in terms of the learning exposure, in terms of grade 6 math and grade 6 pre-algebra, demonstrates very different set of expectations around cognitive work. And I say that, and I'm going to keep repeating it because you can be in grade 6 math and still do analytic and evaluative type of cognitive work. Simply because you are not in an advanced math, and I'm not going to ask how many folks ended up in taking calculus or statistics, right? But you can still be a very analytic person. You can be a very evaluative person, even in classes, in math classes that are expected to be the math knowledge that everybody gets to have, right? It doesn't have to be left only for the higher level set of classes. And, you know, and this is some of the texture of what we have to pay attention to, because the concern we were left with is how that ends up feeding an orientation around lowered expectations of students, right? If the curriculum gets primed in that way, we end up behaving accordingly. And so, and I'll talk later about recommendations, right? That what is it going to mean for us to not only it's not just about redoing curriculum, but it's also undoing the nature of lowered expectations that has also come alongside what curriculum we have in front of our kiddos. And this is just math. The other dynamic that we talk about in the report is that math exposure ends up guiding the pathways of where kids are ending up. So this came from one of the math nights of information that's shared with parents that gives them a sense of where your kids could end up as a result of when they start in grade 6 math, right? So I'm presuming that this math night is being offered up to the parents whose kids have graduated 5th grade and they're about to go to 6th grade, and they're excited about sort of this new endeavor. And as parents, they're learning about the pathway that their kids are about to embark on. And as you will see, if you look at the arrows, the quadrant above the top is grade 6 math. And what you will see is the arrows correspond to the patterns of courses that kids are expected to go to next as a result of starting at grade 6 math. Below is grade 6 pre-algebra. There's diametrically different pathways that kids are going to. The concern is the degree to which kids who may be in grade 6 math, that there may not be anything planned, meaning organized within the curricula, that gives them an opportunity to end up in Algebra 1 in grade 7. Let me say that again. You start in grade 6 math, and remember, as I showed around the math curricula, they're not getting exposed to some of the higher level cognitive work that may get them ready for being in Algebra 1 grade 7. So we have to, this curriculum element is a very complex sort of web that we have to disentangle here. And our concern is that, the manner in which these structures exist in our schools are longstanding. They're also based on sort of presumptions that we may carry around cognitive lift or potential of kids and how that ends up living with the kids. And when we talk to the students, and we'll share a bit later, the storylines that they understood, the kids absorbed very well their understanding, particularly the Black students, shared that they absorbed an understanding of having lower cognitive capacities as a result of the types of courses that they started off. Almost every student that we talked to could tell a story around grade 6 and 7 math. The bigger picture, and this you can't see this very well, but this is the connection between middle school pathway and high school pathway. And the concern, and we put this visual up as a reminder of this is where the trajectory goes. That it doesn't stop in middle school, but it goes further into high school. And again, the concern is what happens when not only we have curricula that primes our students to only get exposed to certain levels of cognitive work, that what we end up doing is we are ensuring that they stay within these pathways over time. So our overall curricular findings, math disparities by race exist in elementary grades and persist into middle school grades. Math curricula outlines different cognitive activities based on course sequence. And students in grade level course sequence have fewer opportunities to enter other levels of math courses. And not just an opportunity in terms of, are their counselors recommending them? Are their parents encouraging them? But it's also the nature to which the curricula has actually prepared them for that next sequence, right? So the kids could be hungry for it, but they may not have had the exposure. And that's our work as adults. We've set that up. Now we're going to talk about interventions, right? So part of making sure, every school system in the country has to have some type of tiered supports, meaning the work that we do in our curricula, the work that we do in terms of our instruction is not always going to meet everyone's needs. And so it requires that we have a system to which we support students to address the types of difficulties, particularly skill deficiencies that kids may have within our classroom. This is way before special education, right? Every school system has to have a tiered support process. Here in New Jersey, part of that process is called INRS, right? And so what we identified in the review of your INRS process is that there are inconsistencies that are existing across your various schools. We were very fortunate to have examples from every school in terms of the best of what they know how to do, INRS, they shared with us. And I give that as a caveat. It is the best that they know how to do in terms of creating tiered supports, because it is not an easy endeavor to really ensure that all of your kids have the supports that they need, because it requires a high level of planning, meaning principals have to build master schedules that insist on interventions, right? If you don't have a master schedule that builds in time for kids to get supports, that means that we're not getting ourselves ready to provide additional supports for our kiddos. We need to make sure we have the adults, the interventions, the curricula that actually is providing those types of supports. So some of the bigger findings in this report is, one, we noted that the district has been paying attention to needing to rectify INRS. The district was great in terms of sharing a memo that went out January 23, highlighting to school leadership, reminding them, hey, we have to address these gaps in INRS, right? Particularly the gaps that in terms of building out consistency and uniformity in team compositions, right? Part of the intervention process is you actually have to have a team of people, meaning having a team of experts, right? Who weigh in on what's the best ways to really support our youth. We have to have a consistent INRS teaming schedule, meaning we actually have to have a cadence to how often we are meeting. It can't be by chance. There has to be intentionality. There has to be a science to how we are providing supports. Creation of new and consistent INRS assistance forms. Part of what, and I appreciate each school sharing their own examples of their INRS forms because you are required to have them, but they were diametrically different at each school. We're a small district, and it was amazing to see that we had so many different forms, right? Schools need to, one of the other pieces that was in this memo was that schools should share a uniform Google Drive on INRS process, right? And then lastly, the district creates and provide a bank of interventions. So as a district, you've identified we've got to do these things, right? And these things have to occur now. They have to be prioritized, particularly given that your integration enrollment plan is that you're having students showing up at schools that historically have not been there with staff who are not versed on making sure that they know how to support all the needs that are showing up in their schools, right? And having and insisting upon a tiered support system is vitally important. I remember in the first report that I did for you all, there was a diametrically different pattern of frequency to which INRS was meeting at your South Mountain School compared to your Seth Boyden School, right? And I always think back to that when I think about your integration enrollment plan, because as you are having students from different parts of the city that may have historically been at Seth Boyden or South Mountain, who are now going across your city, who are now entering these schools that may not have been readied to know how to support the full range of students in your school district. The other finding was that there was an absence of this uniformity in the content of these forms. I love the principals for providing their forms, but the stuff that was on some of the forms, one, there was inconsistency in terms of how they align with what the New Jersey Department of Education laid out as part of the guidance around INRS. So some of the expected components in these forms were not existing in some of the forms. There were some, what I call sort of gold nuggets of school examples that we highlighted in the report to say, hey, if you want to start somewhere, start with this example and try to replicate it across all the other schools. We also identified that according to the data that was shared by some of the sample elementary schools, now not every school does this, and we appreciate the elementary schools that actually do this very intentionally. They looked at their own data around who is participating in INRS, and overwhelmingly, the students who they had on their roster who were receiving these tiered intervention supports were primarily Black and male. So, and I bring this up and I'm connected back to your special ed data, right? That if there is inconsistencies to how we are providing tiered supports, meaning if we're not meeting consistently, if there's inconsistency in the interventions we provide, right? And when I say inconsistency around interventions, meaning do we have the right match between the need of the kid and the intervention, right? If a kid is demonstrating a need of, they're struggling around decoding, right? In terms of letter sound recognition, let's say, then we should provide an intervention that is about supporting them to get better around decoding. We don't provide an intervention with them around how to walk better, right? And so that intervention part has to be, we're constantly talking about that we have to be scientists in what we are providing our students in meeting their actual need. And in particular, because the worry is when we're seeing patterns like this of very particular groupings of kids, is we have to consider that part of the difficulty that they may be arriving at in terms of a disability or what gets constituted as a disability may actually be a reflection of the inconsistencies of the systems that they've been exposed to historically within the school district. So that's the intervention part. So I'm going to now turn it over to Dr. Hockman to share some of the highlights around the culture and climate examination that we did. Particularly, our focus was around a sense of cultural belonging, to understand how are kids making sense of the social integration that's happening within their community.
Thanks. Hi. So, as we've just seen a lot of data, and part of the work that we did was to speak with students and teachers to kind of corroborate the data, but also to add, as Dr. Fergus said, some texture to, what quantitative data shows. So we did focus on thinking about a sense of belonging, but also what were the experiences that students were having in their classrooms as scholars, as well as human beings who are a part of this community. So, as you can see, while there were some students who experience the district as an oasis, there are others who experience it as a place that's not really for them. Specifically, that was mainly Black students who said that their experiences were one in which, in addition to a feeling maybe of less social acceptance, that there wasn't enough rigor in their academic journeys. And we really have seen that in the data. So now we're going to talk a little, are you going to, thanks. So Black students did not feel like they belonged in a few different registers. So first, Black students perceived their experiences, they felt there was pressure to participate in AP courses. There was a sense of tokenism. In focus groups, some students spoke about being in an AP class and feeling, various kind of layers of unwelcome. So, maybe there was a sense of sort of friction with an instructor. Maybe there was a sense that they didn't totally feel like this was an area where they wanted to give all of their academic energy, but they felt a lot of pressure to stay in the class because they were the only Black student in the class, and there was an amount of pressure there. And then, there was also sometimes a feeling of isolation in AP classes. We talked to a lot of students who said, I'm the only Black kid in this class. And, given the first two elements that we talked about, that didn't feel great, that didn't feel safe or supportive. I mentioned that students felt tokenized. And then often in, what we've kind of been referring to as the lower level, but really, they're the grade level classes. When students who we spoke to, in general, higher performing Black students felt that they were often given the role of caretaker for other Black students who maybe weren't excelling academically in the way that they were. And that in particular, students, when they would exit an honors or AP class, really noticed this cultural difference, that they would be in an AP course where they were one of very few students of color in the room, and then they would go to the grade level class and find themselves among a lot of students of color, but be kind of placed in this caretaking role that wasn't always super comfortable for them because they are also students and kids. Another finding was that Black students felt they were sort of being weaponized in AP and honors classes. So here's a quote from one of the focus groups that we did at the high school level. The student said, "I feel like at some point, it feels like they're desperate to have me in those classes. And it's like they need me there to expand the diversity. At that point, I'm not seen as a student if I'm seen as a weapon used to fight a backlash for racism and junk." And so, this student is saying that they feel sort of a bit tokenized. They feel that their presence means things to adults that it doesn't necessarily mean to them, but also just that their experience of being a student in this district who's getting an education isn't always really about them and their goals and building their strengths, but being done to sort of please an agenda. And we heard that more than once, but that quote kind of really encapsulated what quite a few students articulated. So another finding was that different opportunities were available for students of color as compared to white students. And this was based on factors that were related to like community practices as well as school-based practices. So we heard a lot about Kumon and similar entities. So as one teacher reported, white families would get private tutoring, they would go to Kumon, they go to Huntington, while families of color often relied on the support that the school was offering. And, as Dr. Fergus was talking about just prior to this, about the INRS and Tier 1 supports, which are really, Tier 1 supports are really about giving support in the classroom. So it's support that while, the intervention might be targeted to needs that a lot of kids are demonstrating, all of the students in the room are getting that. And students, while they don't use the kind of academic language that we use to say Tier 1 supports, they often talked about feeling singled out, even though there might have been a bunch of kids who were struggling, but there wasn't that Tier 1 support, and that they found that their peers were often receiving tutoring outside the school. Therefore, it seemed like obviating the need for the Tier 1 supports, but there was still a need. And so here's a quote from an educator. They had an AP Saturday Academy. Where's the Saturday Academy for the kids who are failing? How are you having an academy that's free for the kids? Teachers volunteers. Now, teachers at the high school don't volunteer for anything. Where's the extra work for, you talk about access and equity. So, where's the support for students who are struggling as opposed to, really boosting the students who are already flourishing? And finally, a lot of Black students really struggled asking for help. In particular, we heard from students that there was sometimes a nervousness to ask for help because they weren't necessarily comfortable asking a particular instructor, but also a feeling of, as I kind of spoke about before, like, why do I have to ask for this help when it's something that ought to be offered in class, sort of as a part of the value added of in-person instruction? So the student said, why do I have to go out and get a tutor? Why do I have to go out and get that help? Because they are not helping, referring to teachers. And when I first started at Columbia, there were certain teachers that I don't want to go to them, and I didn't want to say anything because I felt like I wouldn't get that help. So this, again, this sort of tension of feeling that these resources aren't necessarily available. So teachers, in the focus groups that we had with educators in the district, teachers, also bravely, and, we talked a lot about how the students were really brave and vulnerable. And I, want to say that the teachers also shared very candidly with us, and it was very, very meaningful to our work. So thank you for that. And one educator said, quote, I do think that we're not encouraging our students of color. I don't know that we're reaching out to their families and letting them know fully what the options are. And I also believe that there's a lot of bias and even teacher bias. And even when folks are trying, even when they're really, really trying to do the right thing, there's still a lot of internal teacher bias when guiding students in certain ways that is not resolved. So, and this was also something that we heard from teachers, that like, even when they are putting in a lot of effort, sometimes they just don't know what to do. And they are, looking for tools that aren't necessarily available to help them address students equitably in classrooms. Again, we talked about this a little bit, but Black students feeling uncomfortable in AP classes due to teacher bias. We spoke to multiple students and groups who said that they wanted to exit AP classes, not just because it wasn't instruction that they were really excited about, but also sometimes because of teacher bias, and they felt like they just weren't going to be treated fairly in those spaces, and so they wanted to exit. And sometimes they would ask to leave, and they were told no, actually, or really discouraged from leaving the class. So as a student said, I had to email the head of Redacted, the department, and I wrote this 2-page letter just detailing everything I'd been through in this class and how difficult it was for me to stay in there, because I also felt like I wasn't being supported enough. And again, Black students often are alone or one of very few students, and they don't necessarily feel welcome. And we spoke to a lot of students who said they kind of self-isolated. And, being in these focus groups with students who, really wanted to share and had a lot to say, and imagining that child self-isolating in a class, that was a pretty powerful moment. So I'm the only Black girl in my class, so I kind of sit all the way in the back. Was one of the sentiments shared in our groups. So Dr. Fergus will talk about it.
Yes. So I really, what the students shared, and I have to, this is where one of, the middle school students were amazing. The Max Scholar students, truly amazing in terms of what they were sharing, but they also were sharing in a way where, in which they were recognizing that the few spaces that they could identify that they felt the safest was in that Max Scholars room. And when I say the fewest, that's for some of them, it's the only space that they could find refuge in terms of contending with some of these dynamics. So I really, and I say that just to really highlight this particular strategy that's happening, the Max Scholars, that is it harkens to some of the strategies that existed in schools in the 60s, 70s, and 80s to contend with how desegregation was being experienced by students of color, right? Because we weren't moving fast enough to do the level of social integration. So there needed to be affinity spaces for safety, spaces where you did not feel as if you had to edit yourself because you worried whether or not that language that you chose to use was a reflection of your cognitive capacity. And so I really want to highlight sort of that room that we had an opportunity to kind of sit in. Was we realized like that was their Shangri-La. And it was so heartening to kind of hear them kind of share this stuff. And it's a space that we want to encourage that continues and expands. So recommendations. So got a lot of stuff in the report. I didn't put them all in the slides, right? But at the core of it is the recommendations are what they are, but you have to build policy to institutionalize these recommendations. Because otherwise, they are like, it's like going to a buffet that changes every week the menu, right? They will be the recommendations for the moment. And when things change, leadership, school board members, the worry is that the fervor and energy that is understood around the recommendations may also go. And so one of the considerations that I want to place in front of you all as you all listen to these recommendations and have you read them in the report is that you also think about how do you build policy that institutionalizes some of these set of recommendations, right? So that you think beyond your roles that are currently here to ensure that these things stay. Because it's going to take a while to undo these patterns that have emerged here in the school district. So with that said, I'm going to just kind of walk through some of these core recommendations. So in terms of curriculum, ensure that students in lower track math classes, again, they're grade level math classes, but they're lower because of the lowered expectations and the cognitive work that is existing in the curriculum. Need to receive high quality instruction to make students better math students. What is existing right now is about keeping students in that track, period. It is not about growing kids into the next level of advanced math, right? And I get that some of us may sit in here and like, well, I'm not a math person, so just give me the bare minimum. But in that bare minimum, I'm sure that you know how to do analytic and synthesis level of work. We all have that capacity to do that level of cognitive work, and our kids deserve to get exposed to that in our curriculum. Creating enrichment and acceleration opportunities for kids. And in this particular recommendations, we have to recognize that to undo the curriculum is going to take a while. That also means to undo what kids have been exposed to is going to take a while. So there's going to have to be a balance of how do we supplement that which we have been missing out on providing for our kiddos who are in those lower math tracks, which is going to involve a level of enrichment and acceleration. When we talk about acceleration, we're meaning that it's not enough to say, we're going to remediate. We're going to give you the stuff that you've been missing, but it's also a matter of accelerating them so that they can catch up and have the potential of getting into the more advanced classes. So those are some of the curriculum recommendations. You all know the curriculum section is much longer in terms of recommendations. I decided to just pull 2, okay? In terms of intervention supports, and I'm just going to put them all up here, the ones that we consider as truly vital for your intervention work. You've got to develop a district-wide tiered system of support that includes defining academic and behavioral tiers. I know that there was a version of a guidebook that was developed about 3 years ago. I remember seeing it. I was excited by the fact that it was getting built, that it was existing. However, 3 years later, in terms of seeing the documentations that the schools provided, it doesn't demonstrate that that guidebook lifted off, right? It experienced a level of implementation. So there's a need for a going back to that and a level of intentional implementation of that which is in there. It's not enough to just do the thing and send it to the principals and say, go do it. The principals need support to actualize the implementation of it, right? There needs to be a review of that implementation process guide that y'all have to see, does it necessarily meet the needs of the kids that are presenting in your district? And then develop the tools and protocols for operating intervention team meetings. Part of what we were seeing in particular, and we can note this from all of the districts that we work with across the country, is recognizing that though you may put together an intervention team of experts, they don't always have a problem-solving approach to the work that they're doing with providing supports for kids, right? Meaning, are they looking at data to figure out how to best serve kids, or are they looking at data to figure out how to move kids to the next stage, which may be referring them to special ed? So there has to be an intentional way in which we are building the capacity of intervention teams to have a problem-solving approach. The last section that we have in the report is around developing an equity lens and a cultural inclusion adult capacity, right? It's not enough going to be to tinker around changing intervention supports, putting up new curricula. There's also adult capacity work that has to occur around developing the cultural inclusion lens that they are carrying forward, right? We know that you have staff that are well-intentioned, that have that speak to wanting the best for kids, but also are existing in systems that give permission for having lowered expectations for kids as well. So you can love your kids and at the same time have low expectations for them, right? And that's a dynamic we've got to disrupt. So there has to be a way in which there's adult capacity building work that includes doing professional development that focuses on cross-cultural capacity building, right? Meaning, the ways in which we carry as human beings, we carry lowered expectations is because we all have shopping carts that are filled with experiences that give permission for those lowered expectations, right? Lowered expectations we don't pick and choose when we want them, when we don't. We actually are nurtured to have some of these higher expectations or lowered expectations. And so we have to be intentional about how do we replace some of those set experiences by building up the cross-cultural capacity of staff. I would also encourage that there be a close attention around humanities, English language arts, history, to also look at culture responsive frames, similar to how we were looking at in terms of math. We focus in on math. We wonder about these other areas as well. There needs to be a particular attention around teachers of color. Because I've been in this district for the last 3 to 4 years and have walked the schools particularly the elementary schools and the middle schools and the high school, that there is a particular pattern to which we do see staff of color across the schools. More often than not, they're in aide positions. So we know that there is opportunities for students to see adults that look like them, but we're also wanting to encourage the district to continue its endeavors on ensuring that they also have staff who are certified teachers as well, standing in front of their kids as well, right? Not just for the students of color, but also your white students. That they also get to practice the opportunity of seeing the full range of adults who demonstrate cognitive capacity to do this work, right? Build on the successes of your affinity spaces for students of color, such as Max Scholars, right? There needs to be more of that as part of your process along the way, right? And in particular, looking for those affinity spaces. We know that Max Scholars is primarily existing at the secondary level. What are the elements of that can live at the elementary level as well? Because the students also shared in the focus groups when they were doing their own retrospective, and when we asked them, you know, when was your first experience of feeling different? All of them could give testimony to experiences in your elementary schools of not only feeling different, right, but being reminded of being different. And for some of them, they told stories of staying away from other students of color and spending more time with white students because they perceive, their perception was, and this is their own retrospective, that those are the students who are seen as most capable within this, in the district. So why not hang out with them as well, right? And with that, those are the recommendations that we are sharing with you all today. But again, I want to reiterate, these recommendations have to be thought about in terms of how do we institutionalize these pieces rather than them being a moment in time in terms of what we are providing students. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I just want to give a round of applause to Dr. Ferguson. Thank you so much. And before we move on to the Q&A, I just also wanted to see if you guys could provide just your overall summary about the integration initiative. I know that was also something that you looked at, and if you could just provide that context, that would be really helpful.
I'm smiling because that's the one thing I was just sharing with Jessica and Cecil. I was like, I didn't include slides around integration plan. So thank you so much again for the opportunity to speak on this. And I know over the summer I got a chance to look at all of the documents that you all have had with the, and I'm blanking out on the consulting group that's working with you all around the, yes, OWLS, yes. So in looking at the, what was shared, and the data that they were also looking at, a particular concern, and I put this in the memo to you all, is that the distribution of enrollment that exists, not just in your schools that are your most diametrically different, meaning South Mountain and Seth Boyden, that what is apparent, and you're starting to see it, is that your students of color are experiencing the greatest level of movement across the district to achieve the percentages that you're seeking. And the concern is in relation to, particularly in relation to what we talk about in the report is, so what happens to your students of color who are now entering environments where they are being the only one, right? I applaud the need for it, the integration, but I worry about the social transitions that are happening for students of color who are entering spaces that historically have not had students of color, or that students of color have not been in those spaces at those particular volume, right? So that's one piece that I included in the report into the memo. The second is also looking at the patterns of demography that was apparent in the documents that your consultant provided. The concern, one of the concerns I raised is there a parallel pattern of integration and housing in your communities. Meaning, and I think there was an example that I provided in there, and that I think the Alphas Group also talks about, is that there is a, if I remember correctly, there is a unit, a building that's being built or was built, I can't remember, that had X percent that is set aside for lower income individuals who are eligible at that level. That, my concern is, if you do not have enough of a volume of individuals where they have available housing for them, this plan will dissipate in 5 to 10 years, because you don't have enough people who will meet the criteria that you are looking for to attain the types of integration that you seek. So, and I think the point that I made in the memo is there has to be a parallel expectation of integration from the town as well. It can't just be the school district that wants integration. The community also needs to have and want integration, right? So South Orange, Maplewood, there has to be also a concerted effort. And and that's as far as I want to go with that, because I don't know what is, or even if there is a plan or an expectation, for that. At least in the documents that I saw, I did not see anything to that effect. But that's one of the concerns that I raised in the memo. As you all are looking towards having this type of integration happen, it can't just be the school districts that wants to integrate. And if nothing else, we learn from the desegregation and integration work that transpired between the 60s and 80s, is that it quickly bounced right back, because we did not have parallel communities that had the same desires that the school districts had, right? And that is, that's part of what we have to contend with, that you all live here in this community. Your community also needs to want to integrate as well. So I hope that answers the question.
Thank you very much. And before we move on to the Q&A portion, are there any students here? Because I just want to make sure. I think there was one and they left. And if they are here, can we just give them the opportunity to just come and do a public speak? Or they left? Okay. I am sorry about that. I didn't realize, but thank you to them for coming. So, oh, go ahead, Board Member Vadlamani.
I'm not clear about the process. I mean, are we going to be?
Yep, so the board.
Ask questions
Yes,
first?
so the board will ask questions first. So do any board members at this time have questions for Dr. Fergus and his team? We'll start with Dr. Telesford, Board Member Wingfield, and I'm sure there'll be more, and Board Member Deval Wilson, sorry. And then Board again.
I just want to thank you for that very thorough presentation and also a very thorough report. I guess I have two major questions. The first is, I guess, is on finding on page 8. And to me, the main concern is that backlash you talk about. If the community is not ready for something, then no matter what structures or recommendations you have, this report can just get thrown in the trash because they'll say, no, we're going to turn it back. So I guess my question is, what kind of systems or structures would you suggest families that perceive they're losing something, how do we change that attitude?
You're asking the question that we've been trying to ask for 75 years?
Yes.
Right? That was the endeavor around Brown versus Board, is that the expectation that as the schools would make this endeavor, the communities would come along, right? I think one of the things that, that as a community you all have available to you are nonprofit organizations that are about doing some of this integration work. My question is the degree to which, not only sort of those organizations, but other parts of a community, do they also carry that level of commitment to integration, particularly recognizing, that adage that Clay Shirky is sort of recognized for, is when you're accustomed to privilege, equity feels like oppression, right? Where we've organized a system in such a way that those who have the greatest means have been able to access it to serve the needs of their children. Every parent wants to do that, right? Everybody has always wanted to do that. The concern is the ways in which the system has operated that has heavily sort of provided greater support and or allegiance or attention to that to start paying attention to those who we have not requires that there is a level of honest dialogue that happens within communities and not in large group. These are the small PTA meetings that happen in people's living rooms, right? These are the conversations that happen amongst board members and within their own parts of the city. These are conversations that happen at the football field, right? We have to remind our community that what we are able to offer is for all of our kids, with a particular attention to those who've been historically underrepresented, benefits everyone. It has the potential for recognizing that the need to feel like they belong for Black students is also a need that white students want to have for Black students as well, right? That we want to be a community where that we care about sort of the lived experiences of all of our youth that they're having. And so the work to do that, we work in schools. Our primary emphasis is around how do we support school staff to do the things that we know are much more humane in terms of for all of our students. The work that happens in the broader community has to be something that is partnered up with nonprofits. It needs to be something that you all partner up with your mayors, right? Like there has to be a layered sort of support that happens so that you all don't get the backlash by yourselves. This has to be something that your mayors also take on, that your nonprofits are also taking a part in encouraging this type of partnership to do this work.
And I just have another quick. When I got to the culture and climate section, it was like reading a biography because I went to the school system and there was one section where a student described doing work and then getting a lower grade than other students. And I experienced that in 8th grade and I still remember it. And so one thing I think is you mentioned having more Black teachers, and I would say that 6th and 7th grade math was very important for me because I had Black teachers in 6th grade and 7th grade, and I think that was kind of like a core foundation. It was like that oasis that you need to succeed. So I guess that was one recommendation I thought was really important. I guess what are other areas that you see within education where you have seen successes that this district can help, can try to replicate?
So part of it that there has to be, and we're always trying to remind the districts that we support, is that it has to be parallel work that's continuously happening, right? And I know it's a big lift for districts to take on multiple efforts at the same time, but there has to be you can't just say, oh, we're going to fix interventions and math supports, but yet your Black students are still feeling isolated, right? Like there has to be, you can't tell the Black students like, just wait around, we're going to get to you later for you to feel like you belong later. It has to be simultaneous in terms of these set of efforts. And so part of what we've seen in the districts that we've supported is that it has to be simultaneous. Like they're not taking this on one at a time. Now, I have to say it's, they struggle on multiple levels. One is the people power to be able to do this work effectively. Two, the appetite that staff have to do multiple things at the same time, right? Because a lot of staff will say, I got enough on my plate. I got too much on my plate. We're going to add one more thing, right? And so there's at times we see moments of reluctance to do some of these set of changes. But I think at the core, there has to be a curricular restructuring. At the core, there has to be an intervention restructuring. And at the core, there has got to be a cultural shift that happens in all of your schools in terms of creating not just affinity spaces, but the space of school has to actually take into consideration the cultural realities of the kids who are showing up in school. And it's not just a matter of, we got Hispanic Heritage Month going on right now, and we put up some nice, juicy posters, but it's also a matter of that as staff, that we are also doing the work around developing the types of cultural belonging for kids. And that doesn't mean asking kids, so tell me about your people, but that the adults do the work so that they can create those experiences in school, so that particularly our kids who've historically been underrepresented aren't feeling as if not only they are isolated, but they are culturally marginalized within the environments that we're in.
Yes, I'll just say that I didn't sit in the back of the class, but I sat in the front next to the door so that I could get out quickly.
All right, thanks, Dr. Fergus and team, for the wonderful presentation. I appreciate the level of precision and clarity in which in your report and also in your presentation tonight that you have given us a call to action around the need to institutionalize these recommendations through policy. I also am really struck by what you included in sort of the preamble to your recommendations in the final draft of the report, when you talked about the need to be able to shift the way our systems and structures in this district are organized so that they are more explicitly focused on tending to the needs of our Black, Latinx, and free and reduced lunch students. So something that often comes up when a district is grappling with making this kind of shift is the dissonance that comes when you are met with what often feels like resistance because the adults that are surrounded and in care of this charge are not ready. And so, oftentimes we hear that from the perspective of, well, we need to shift hearts and minds first. And once we get that, then we can sort of shift to the tune of making these big changes. So I'm curious from your perspective, what is your perception of the hearts and minds piece versus the need to put pen to paper and make these changes? And, how do we continue to tend to the capacity that needs to be built, ensuring, though, that we are doing our job to, as you asked us, to institutionalize these recommendations?
The hearts and minds work is, it is recognizing that all of us as adults who are in the education space come in with our own, Sarah Lawrence Lightfoot, in one of her books, she talked about that parents show up to school with the ghosts from their classroom experiences, right? I want to stretch that out to that educators show up to school with the ghosts from their classroom experiences, right? And I say that because recognizing that there is a element of sort of human experiences that people are bringing into school, and in particular human experiences that are connected to cultural diversity, that we all haven't had, as I mentioned early on, we haven't had a social curriculum as a country to learn how to get along. And in the absence of that, and having had a range of whether great cross-cultural experiences or not so great cross-cultural experiences, meaning some of us may have lived in neighborhoods that were of one racial or ethnic or language group, right? And some of us may have been raised in communities that were highly diverse. Some of us may have had our families, our guardians, our parents whose best friends or people who they hung out with, who they brought to their house, were of a range of racial, ethnic sort of groups. We get opportunities to develop those. And so part of what we have to reconcile is knowing that all of us are coming in with those layers of baggage. And that stuff shows up in school. It shows up in one of the pieces of data that we do a lot of data collection around is we survey climate of school, particularly of adults, in terms of the types of beliefs that they bring into school. Some of the most pervasive beliefs that we see existing in schools is one, color blindness, right? Color blindness belief is the idea of We're all the same. There's nothing different about us, and I don't see color, right? We know, and there was a purpose why we grew as a country to have that particular belief system, because we perceive that that's the best way to avoid racism, is that if we just don't see racial differences, we will not enact racism. I think we have learned now that racism comes from other stuff. It's not about what you see or don't see, right? We also note that there is patterns of deficit thinking belief, right? Meaning lowered expectations based on where somebody comes from, right? The concern is how those pieces of beliefs exist for everyone as they walk into school and as adults, and whether or not we actually are being intentional to unpack that stuff so that it doesn't get used for how we are revamping INRS, for how we are revamping our math curriculum. Because what we don't want is those set of, we know that the math curriculum had already built in their habit of lower expectations. And if we are going to revamp that, and what we don't want is to also have the belief systems that some adults may carry to also be the thing that they get to play out in the new math curriculum, right? So the heart's work has to be contended with, but it can't be, we'll do this first and then this. It has to be at the same time. Part of it being, and we have learned in terms of our work, is recognizing that not everybody wants to change. Not every adult work is hard. Adult learning habits are really difficult, right? Because we've kind of cultured ourselves to do the things that we like to do because we like to do them. And to start to shift, because to shift behaviors means that you're gonna have to change beliefs. And that is tough work, right? You're telling somebody like the way in which you may have seen the world, we wanna help you sort of shift it, right? Especially as we are entering different environments, right? You know, we're in a moment in which, for example, in which we are recognizing the complexity of our trans community, as an example, and schools are having such a hard time with pronouns, with bathrooms, right? Because they're so accustomed to their own narrative of, but this is how we've always done, but isn't this how gender is? Isn't this how sex is, right? We have to be diligent about unpacking and replacing that stuff at the same time that we are redoing our intervention and curricular work. It cannot be one first and then the other. We get to work with a lot of principals who will say to us, no, Eddie, let's just work on their beliefs first. And I'm like, yeah, but where are they going to practice the beliefs? They need to have something new to practice it on. So I encourage you all, as you're sort of assigning sort of these set of recommendations, that you center not only sort of institutionalizing the policies around recommendations that are around structures, but also institutionalizing the recommendation around what it means for you all to carry a particular type of equity lens here as a school district, right? One of the things that we see our districts do often is that they'll go through their own developmental phase of their first equity statement is about diversity and inclusion. And that's just where they are. And then much later, we'll find that 2, 3, 4 years later, now their equity statement starts shifting to anti-racism, because they realize that diversity and inclusion is a good starting point. But what we've learned as a country is that you can talk diversity and still hold transphobic, racist, sexist sort of notions, right? So part of it is like, as a community, you're going to have to sort of evolve in terms of what's going to be your set of principles that are going to be the drivers for how you are going to stay the course around the belief work that needs to happen and the restructuring work around your curriculum, your interventions, and your school culture and climate.
Hi. Thank you so much for all the work that you've done for this district and this great presentation. My question is about parent involvement. You mentioned parent involvement many times as a recommendation, which I think is great. It's so necessary, especially for high school students. And so as I was reading your recommendation and also looking at how the district plans to implement some of these things, it's not clear to me yet how the district is going to improve and track family involvement. For example, one of your recommendations was parents being involved with math course selection and their supports for their children. And so I want to know if you have any best practices to share, especially since we've heard anecdotes, back to school night at Columbia High School, the AP classrooms filled with parents, mostly white parents, and then the lower level classes are pretty empty, and that's where the bulk of our Black students are. So any advice you could give us would be great. Thank you.
So the parent piece is interesting because there's an element around, for example, in the math selection, right? So that parents have a choice, you know, and I love that notion of choice, but there's a danger in that choice because not all of us show up to the choice table having the same sets of tools to know how to activate the choice, right? So the idea of parents having a choice of being able to select which math courses their kids can be involved in is great for the parents who know and understand the types of math sequences that they want their kids exposed to. For the parents who do not, they're showing up to the choice table, asking their kid, hey, what math do you want? Okay, all right, we're doing that math, right? They're not coming in and this is not to, you know, we have to be careful about how we play out this idea of choice with parents because we can't just presume that there's equality in choice. We all are going to be activating, you know, and I think about, you know, as a parent myself, when my kids, they were struggling in math, right? I took them to Mathnasium and I learned what my kids weren't getting so I could go back and I advocated for something different. I had means to go get Mathnasium. I had means to know how to advocate for something different, right? And that shouldn't have to be so my ability to enter a choice conversation is going to be very different from a parent who does not have those types of means. And so I want us to be careful about sort of as we're talking about parent involvement and particularly parent involvement from a framework of choice, let's not pretend like choice is equal for everyone. Let's actually sort of create, you know, we have to be intentional around, I am blanking out on her name right now. She's at Harvard. She did all this research. Karen Mapp, thank you. I'm like, Karen's gonna kill me. I know, right? So, right? Karen Mapp's work, I think, is amazing in terms of, and Karen's done this work for decades on what does good parent involvement look like, but in particular for populations that historically have been ostracized from the systems, right? So the ways in which, for example, families are able to activate special education services because they have means to be able to know whether to show up with an advocate, and that advocate can be a lawyer at times, get very different provisions and actions from a district than a parent who is walking in saying, I'm relying on your scientific work to provide the best set of supports for my kids, right? So I think in terms of the work that needs to happen around parent involvement, you know, starting with, you know, the 7 essential elements that Karen Mapp talks about, you know, she has 20 years of research behind that, you know, to really, that could be, that are blueprints to really do this work. Yeah.
I'd also add that when I was working in schools, I was an AP for like school culture. And so one of the things I pushed my school to do was to think critically about the ways that we measure parent engagement. So if we're just using back to school night as the marker, then it can look like parents are not involved or are disinterested. And so I think it's really important to really expand the ways that we're measuring that and to also imagine new ways to engage families, particularly connecting to what Dr. Fergus was talking about in parents really carrying the ghosts of their school experience. So in the same way that students here are describing marginalization, I would posit parents probably feel something similar when they come in. There's something in the air if their children are experiencing that. And they're also probably carrying those things home with them. those stories, they're in the report, but they also are living in the homes in your community. And so I think it's important to really start to try to reimagine.
Okay, I have 3 questions. So the first is about the interventions. I believe it was in your 2020 presentation, you talked about your time here in the district as a consultant, and this predates the BPW settlement. And I remember you talking about what you just described as far as South Mountain, Seth Boyden, and the different interventions that are available. And so I guess my question to you is, have you seen some nominal changes around interventions from 2017 to date, where we're seeing more of a standardization across our elementary schools? And then the interventions, the tiered bank of interventions that you reviewed as part of this 8-month project, did it include like the most up-to-date tiered interventions that are currently available? Because you do mention some concerns about compliance or meeting the standards of the NJDOE. And I just want to understand like where we get to a point where not only is it standardized, but that we're offering effective interventions for our students. And in your professional opinion, like how long does that take? So that's just my first question.
So, so in terms of the intervention, so one, in terms of seeing differences over time, I think the January 23 memo from the superintendent, I think was really poignant to kind of remind leadership, school leadership, hey, you've got to work on these things. These are the things that we've got to make changes around. And then we looked at those areas when we looked at the documents that the schools provided to us of this past school year, right? And really compared it to that memo to say, well, wait a second, district leadership is saying we've got to make these improvements. And then we looked at the forms to see, well, are we seeing particular sort of improvements in those areas? And there was inconsistencies between, and maybe why the memo was so important, right? To really remind school leadership, you're expected to be making these changes, but they weren't reflected in the documents that we reviewed for this report. 2, in terms of interventions, one of the things, and we spent a little bit of time talking about it in the report, in the few examples where we saw, whenever we provide interventions, there's a need that a kid has. So let's say they're struggling with decoding again. They're supposed to get an intervention. The intervention should have it should be a research-based intervention that is provided over a particular period of time, and we know who's giving it. And there's a particular dosage to which that is happening. Those elements of information were not always available on those forms. They either weren't asked for or they were not included, which begs the question as to the degree to which the system is organized in such a way that you're able to consistently pay attention to what did we give them, how often did we give them, and did it work? So when a kid ends up after 6 weeks of getting something, we're not exactly sure if they got what they were supposed to get in relation to the need that they demonstrated, because the documents themselves weren't asking or didn't document or carry that type of information. And so it's those levels of inconsistencies that we've really got to shore up, but they're all elements that are existing in the NJDOE's guidance document that came out in 2007. It's a 423-page document, right? It is beefy, right? It's got a lot of stuff in there that can provide guidance around. And just as a side note, the department is coming out with a new guidance, an updated guidance around INRS to sort of provide further streamlining. We have a project with NJDOE that is connected to supporting that set of efforts as well.
Thank you. The next question is regarding instructional coaches. So I think it was in 2020, your recommendation was to introduce instructional coaching to the district. And I think at this time now we've hired 4, which is great. I just don't know if part of your research you had the opportunity to connect with instructional coaches and sort of measure the impact or see if it's aligned with what your vision was as far as the role that they would play in the district.
No, we weren't able to, as part of our inquiry this time, to connect with instructional coaches. I'm glad to hear that that is part of of what's available to deepen the capacity of staff. You know, one of the things we're always very mindful around teacher preparation is that we don't prepare teachers enough to keep growing as instructors. And it really requires the school districts to build in coaching to ensure that staff are getting better around their craft, right? So, right.
While we didn't explicitly look at coaches, there may or may not have been coaches in the focus groups, but we can't disclose that. So, but yeah, we didn't, that wasn't an explicit point of research.
And then my final question is part of the 3-year monitoring plan. There'll be quarterly meetings and one of you folks will attend. Are you going to have a standing person? And if so, who that'll be, or will it shift between the 3 of you or?
That will be me.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Fergus. Okay, great. And that's all okay, we have 2 more. Do you want to go first? Okay, Board Member Vadlamani, then Board Member Wright, and then Board Member Eckert.
So, I mean, to me, this was a pretty hard-hitting presentation because naively, I thought all problems started in middle school or high school. But when you presented data for 3rd grade and how far behind, groups are in math, I mean, that is pretty disheartening. So maybe we need, Dr. Fergus to come back every year and make this presentation to the ever-changing board. So that way the fervor and the willingness that at least this board has, does not diminish over time. That's like just a comment I wanted to make. And the question I have for Dr. Fergus is, mine is more of a practical question, right? I mean, so the board settlement with Black Parents Workshop, has a paragraph number 3 that enumerates 4 points, 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, each one doing that, and you have recommendations for that. So my question to you is, in your opinion, have you provided appropriate recommendations for all the 4 line items?
I provided recommendations around those pieces that were specifically in the agreement my name was attached to. So I made it a point to just pay particular attention to those areas. I know that there's other pieces that were in there. One of the things I try to, I've had the opportunity to be involved in a lot of these different types of agreements, and I've learned stay in my lane. So I've stayed within my lane of the elements that were in the agreement. So yeah.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah.
And I have a quick question for Dr. Taylor, I mean, if you don't mind, is given the same paragraphs, paragraph 3, Dr. Fergus has provided recommendations for, does the district have implementation plans and approximate timelines for the 4 line items, 3A, 3B, 3C, and 3D?
Yes, sir.
Thank
Yes,
you.
we do, and it'll be available to the public shortly.
Thank you. So, thank you for both the answers, so that at least in my view, we are now compliant with the settlement terms that we have entered, the implementation and monitoring phase. So that's kind of a big achievement in itself. And this is a great time to continue the partnership and ensure that the implementation happens the way we all expect it to happen, right? And also, just talking to Dr. Taylor, I mean, the district along with the board created a 1-pager, which actually has a very small limited scope that has these line items with the recommendations, the implementation, and the timeline all on 1 page. So that way, for the non-educators and non-lawyers, like me, it's easy to follow, right? And as he said, it's going to be made public. And I also hope that the presentation and the audit report is made public. Thank you.
May I? So we've asked Patrick to just do one last review of it. As soon as he's done, it'll be on the Access and Equity tab as well as the board presentation tab.
Well, thank you, Dr. Fergus. I'm not happy to see you, because that means some work wasn't done. You're back. And I'd really like to know, I have a few questions. I enjoyed your report. I didn't feel good about it, because it's a horrible report. You tried to put it as nicely as you could. We appreciate that. Because here in South Orange and Maplewood, we try to do the things that we need to do. And I'm gonna tell you, we come out with lots of things with beautiful words, so lovely on paper, and nothing gets done. And as a result, you're back again. Why are you back? Explain that to me. Why did we call you back? I'd like to know.
We are back because there were elements of the agreement that weren't completely fulfilled from the last report. Data that we were unable to collect from the last round. And if I remember correctly, I think the monitor requested that that we are brought back to complete that. That's to gather all of that information that was we did not gather the first time around, and ensure that every element of the agreement we actually had an opportunity to speak to, right, in terms of this particular report. So that's the reason why we're back here again.
So we have 6 years to do a 3-year agreement. Sounds like we're kicking the can down the road. My question to you here, the second question is, there have been a few news stories about improvement with the achievement gap at Columbia High School. What did your review and analysis find regarding the achievement gap challenges there?
You know, and so I've briefly read some of that stuff as well. You know, our curiosity would be in terms of the closing of the achievement gap is in, you know, one of the things that, you know, in statistics, we always talk about that average can hide a lot, right? And so being able to pull apart, where are we seeing the greatest closing of the achievement gap? Because there probably is, right? And my curiosity would be, is it in particular content areas, particular grade levels, right? In which we are seeing those, the closing of the achievement gap that is existing, and between which groups, right? So make sure that as we tell this testament of where we are seeing potential or promise of closing the achievement gap, that we understand where and how it's happening, but also recognizing that there may be areas in which we are not closing the achievement gap, right? And I say that only not having looked at the data here in South Orange Maplewood, but having seen this pattern in across a lot of districts that we have worked with, is that that there's always a level of ebb and flow in terms of where we're seeing the nature of the achievement gap that gets closed. And so, for example, you know, some of the areas in which I see the achievement gap closing are in humanities courses, in language arts courses, particularly social studies, but we don't see the same gap closing in your math and sciences. Right. Right. So, you know, it's.
I'm sorry, my microphone, you know what? People don't like to hear me talk. They just turn, you know, listen. And we all need to stretch too. We've been sitting quite a long time. I don't know about y'all, but I'm getting a little, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But what are we going to do about the math?
You know, so math, there has to be a math curricular restructuring, right? And so a couple of levels. One is that there has to be a vertical alignment of what exists. So what does, what elementary is lining kids up for in terms of math has to not just align, but complement what middle school is starting to do in terms of supporting kids and subsequent moving into high school. You know, two, there has to be a curricular audit that pushes, and we talk about this in the report, that we are expanding the essential questions, the understanding questions, and the learning standards that have been plugged in for the curriculum. In particular at the middle school level, if I remember correctly, I think you have a new curriculum at the elementary level, right? The middle school curriculum, which we paid particular attention to, that had some of the greatest levels of, as we presented, of lowered cognitive expectations and work. And so the lift that has to happen is not in terms of that vertical alignment, is shifting the standards, the understanding questions and the essential questions, which means then the instructional capacity has to then also match that. Because if we don't also build the muscle of the staff to know how to ask higher order questions, to do higher order work, that new curriculum is not going to matter or have an impact, right? So just that curricular work has to pair up with strong instructional support work, which in some ways, this is where, you know, your coaches, the work that you have or the coaches that you do have can be instrumental in being that scaffold for the adults. Because not all of, we have learned, and we do a lot of classroom observations, and there are times where we recognize that part of the pattern of higher order questioning, right? Meaning that sometimes adults ask, remember, and recall questions because that's their comfortability. And so it may also involve that the professional development is about stretching the cognitive work of the adults that are working with our kiddos as well.
Well, thank you, Sugar. Thank you.
Dr. Fergus, thank you for the presentation tonight, the final report. Thank you to your team for the work that you've done, and we'll have you for a couple more years. My question, you mentioned, and I apologize, I can't remember if it was in response to Dr. Tellersford or Board Member Wingfield, but you talked about how do we support school staff? The work needs to be simultaneous. It's the people power and it's the appetite from the staff. And in one of your findings, I think it was finding 2, there was a teacher that said, even when they are trying, they don't know what to do, that they don't have the resources. I'm just curious, if you have best practices to share as to how all of that can happen simultaneously, because, at the end of the day, thinking about from the board perspective, we institutionalize all of this in policy, right? But it's what happens in the classroom with our kids, with our students, that really matters the most. And if staff isn't feeling supported and doesn't have the appetite, like you said, really, what does it all mean? So would love to hear more about that.
One of the things that we talk extensively with our districts is you have to stage implementation, meaning you can't start something new in September and expect to be at full maturity by December. You got to give it time, because you have to consider the human factor, meaning adult learning habits. And so part of what we are constantly paying attention to is the nature to which you provide professional development for staff has to be, and there's this great research, this research that talks about that, I'm going to make sure I get this correct, that more often than not, we do professional development for staff that is lecture-based, meaning what I call the spray and pray approach. We spray a whole bunch of knowledge and pray that somebody does something with it, right? That lecture-based approach doesn't work, right? And it talks about it measures sort of like there being about a 10% sort of absorption rate that happens with adults. And it goes down and basically says that you have to have a combination of professional development that happens for adults who are starved for wanting to do more, who are starved for the resources. So it has to be a combination of lecture, modeling, practice, and coaching, right? It all has to be occurring for staff. It can't just be we give it to them and say, okay, go do it. We got to give them an opportunity to see it in practice, to model it for you, and also model it for others, and see models of it, and as well as experience coaching, right? Because it is a learning process that we're also having adults do. And so, and there's such great exampling of doing that. Now, it is difficult work when there's so many different types of mandates, some of them unfunded mandates, that you all have to do, then unfortunately, principals are, are spinning their wheels at times because they're having to fit everything in. And, but they're also having to fit it in when they don't have enough time in front of their staff, right? When they only have 35 minutes once every couple of weeks to actually do any professional development with staff, right? So there has to be a balance to which we are intentional about carving or stealing the time that is most meaningful for adults to become the best instructional scientists in front of your kids, right? For us to see the types of impacts that we want. So we know there's great examples of doing it. It's just a matter of, do we have enough structures and resources to be able to bring it to fruition?
Can I ask a question to follow up on that? Do you think that K through 5 math and reading intervention teachers working directly with students would be more effective than the instructional coaches?
I think I don't know if it's more effective because they each play a different role. Like the coaches help the teacher be more intentional about how to be surgical about what they do, right? So the coach's work is working with the adult to be better with the kids, right? And, I would never, but that always has to be a pairing because not everybody is, and I learned this, recognizing that not every teacher is built to know how to provide intervention supports, but every teacher can be nurtured to be better intervention supports for kids in their classrooms. So we have to strike the balance of supporting and building up the competencies for those who need it the most, who are in front of our kids who need us the most, right?
Hi, Dr. Fergus. Thank you so much for you and your team's work. Like Dr. Telesford, I'm a product of the district, and and like him, I navigated various levels. I was in level 2s where I was the only white kid, and I was in level 4s where there was only 1 or 2 black kids. And so, to some, it would seem as if existing inequities are just messing up a good strategy, right? Like we do learn at different abilities, right? Like I just wasn't that good at math, but I accelerated in English, so varying ability, right? To others, though, it would seem that it's working just as it was designed, to segregate our students, right? And I remember for a sociology class, I had this great teacher, Mr. Rodriguez, and he challenged me to actually ask a teacher to sit in on one of, a level 4 and a level 2. And, in the level 2, I mean, he was enticing, this teacher was enticing kids to read by giving them candy, right? And so there was this really low bar. And so I just wanted to know, your opinion, is it unrealistic, to when I see that we need to increase the rigor in the lower level, I'm sure I agree with that, but is the lower level itself setting that expectation? And I know trust me, I'm touching the third rail here, you know what I mean? But these are really questions that have lingered with me. I graduated in 2004. And, to me, it was the route was systematic, right? That we had a design in place that, we put the low achievers together and we put the highest achievers together. Is that in and of itself enforcing, a kind of de facto segregation? Or is it unrealistic to think that we can do it any other way?
So I think there's it's interesting because part of what I think you're describing is also there's sort of this mantra that I think we exist in particularly in education is kids who learn a particular way, let's put them all together, right? And it'll be easier for the adult. But the reality is that it's not good for kids, right? It's not about, so some of these comforts I think you're alluding to are for the comfort of the adults, but they're not good for kids. right? So if you think about, you know, the opportunities that we get where we have learned the best, we've been in spaces where we get to interact with a range of people who think differently about stuff. You know, one of the things that I'm constantly sort of amazed by with the team that I get to work with is that there's a level of, we don't do group thinking, right? We're not thinking the same because we all bring different facets of experiences. And I think what we need to be mindful of and not to be too worried about is that having heterogeneous groupings in classrooms is going to be a lift for the adults, but it's what kids need for their learning exposure. Meaning that which some of us have suffered through in terms of being segregated, academically segregated, because I think that's what you're describing, academic segregation. We want to do better for our kids so they don't also get the limited sort of exposure points of having that type of academic segregation. Quick example. The first time I actually engaged here in South Orange Maplewood was in 2017-2018 school year, where the school district, the superintendent at the time, was part of a Panasonic Foundation project. And I happened to be good colleagues with the president of Panasonic Foundation at the time, and he invited me. He said, Eddie, I want you to come on this equity walk that we're doing of Columbia High School. I didn't know Columbia High School. I knew nothing. And I said, I'd be happy to. It's a good colleague. So I show up and I joined the walk. And I'm walking with the superintendent at the time. And we had each had our own schedule. We walked into a classroom, a French 2 class. Walked in, I don't know French, sounded great to me, right? Just so happens, and I'm listening, and the students are phenotypically Black, and I'm hearing them talk, and I'm like, are they Haitian Creole, right? Like, I'm listening, I'm like, wait a second, I've heard that accent before. I'm like, this is fascinating. The next classroom we go to is directly across the hall during the same time block. It's French 2 honors. Again, they're talking French. I don't understand. Sounds great to me. They're all white. My concern at that time was wondering, how did we arrive at having that type of setup where you had kids who have a base, a linguistic base, that they're obviously able to converse seamlessly in the context of their classroom in French 2, but weren't in French 2 honors. And I asked that question very directly to the superintendent in the hallway. How did this happen? Because this is not accidental. The ways in which we grew into students who have a linguistic base to be in French 2 and are not in French 2 honors. But your white students at that time were in French 2 honors, right? So, Mike, you know, we have to really consider and recognize that the improvements that we have to do in terms of integration that are best for our kids, for the society that we promised ourselves 75 years ago that we wanted to create, right? That we need to do that work for them rather than the comforts of adults, which is part of what may be playing a role in terms of why we all have stories of academic segregation.
I also think there's something to, I remember teaching, and I remember I would do a self-interrupt. If students started talking while I was teaching, I would be in the middle of a sentence. And students were like, no, Mr. Barnes, go ahead. They don't want to learn. And so I would stop and be like, who said they didn't want to learn? They just want to talk. That doesn't mean they don't want to learn. And so I think when we structure classes where there are students who are on a lower track and it's visible, everyone sees it. In schools I've worked at, they've been like, those are the red kids. Those kids are green. And then the students are like, I'm in the red group. So then they're like, okay, we're gonna change it. Blue and green, what is it now? And so when those things are visible to children, when they're aware, they then form opinions about the students who are not in their track 4. And they're like, oh, those students, they don't care about learning. They don't wanna. And so I think that actually is something that's challenging. Because as you think about the personnel recommendation, you all could be your own personnel. Your district could feed itself. But if you're underserving historically underserved children, how do those students then step into your classrooms and become the ones who are leading your district if we're chronically underserving them? And so I think there's something to think about when we think about placement in that regard as well. Because then they're in the front of the room reifying a system that is hierarchical.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we'll move to the invited guests, our community representatives. If any of you folks have questions for Dr. Fergus and his team, feel free to raise your hand and you can ask them. All right.
Thank you, Dr. Fergus and your colleagues. My name is Vicki Bond. I live in South Orange. I am the VP of DEI for CPAC, which stands for the Special Education Parent Advisory Committee. And I'm the mother of an autistic third grader in our district who has received interventions like speech and occupational therapy for years. Before I ask my questions, I'd like to provide a bit of context from your report, Dr. Fergus. So, number one, your executive summary states Black students were consistently 80 to 90% more likely compared to all others to be identified with a disability. In your presentation, you explain that that's actually 100%. Number two, 40 to 50% of the intervention and referral services referrals are transferred to the child study teams, and they primarily involve Black students. And number three, on page 117, you state that a positive perception is emerging among white families about special education resources, while Black families are stigmatized by special education classification. Because so many Black children are receiving interventions in our district that you conclude in your report may not be adequate, here are my questions. What recommendations do you have for increasing equitable family engagement in special education for the South Orange Maplewood School District for Black and Latinx parents and caregivers? And two, what recommendations do you have for how the district can evaluate the efficacy and equity of special education programming along the lines of race? Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki, for that question, for those questions, and for the context piece of it. First in terms of, what we did in terms of the data particular to special education, what we didn't do was we didn't dive into special education per se in terms of the quality of what's being offered in special education services. Right? And first, I want to make sure I say that, mostly because we had so much data that we had to look through. We knew that that was an area we couldn't tackle, right? But it doesn't mean that it's not an area that also should be looked specifically at, right? In terms of your question regarding sort of parent involvement in terms of, what are the touch points of improvement specifically around special education services? There is, part of what transpires, unfortunately, is that there are, and I'm trying to remember which report, if it was the first report or the second report, maybe mixing things up now. But I do remember when we spoke to families, because it was the second report, I'm sorry. We actually had an opportunity to talk to families. And one of the things that was apparent was that, that Black families that talked to us shared that that there was a clear ways in which services were being sought or extra services were ensured or a particular disability category was provided when families showed up with particular types of additional advocates. For example, legal advice or lawyers within those meetings that changed the trajectory of what happened. So you had Black families that shared that. Teachers also shared who shared that they were in some of those child study team meetings, also talked about how those with greater means and were able to provide or bring in additional advocates had very different outcomes than families who did not. And so the concern is that we have to pay attention to those teams, whether it's the child study team, and I would even go as far as that the INRS team as well, that how they are bringing parents in, that there is an intentional habit of what we are asking and expecting for parents and offering them that is equitable, meaning that there is going to need to be a way in which we are providing a more sort of adequate and extensive support for families who may not have the means to be able to have additional set of advocates sitting in front of them, right? And supporting sort of the parents asking the questions, right? I've been in communities where one particular district that we're working with now, where they have they have these community meetings in certain parts of the community where they train the parents on understanding special education. Before any conversation happens, they talk to the parents about what is special education, what you have a right to ask for, and give them a script for when if you are asked to show up for a child study team meeting or an INRS meeting, these are the questions you should be asking of us, right? To ensure that they were, in that particular district, they're arming the parents with a particular knowledge base to really support them in being successful. And it's not, in that particular district, they are targeting their Black and Latinx community because, your data speaks a little bit to this, that there are different special education disability categories that white students are getting, that your Black and Latinx kids are getting different ones, right? So I recommend that part of the work that happens around the parental involvement piece and particular special education is that there is an attention to making sure that we are building up the muscle of communities who don't have the means, right, to have those levels of advocates who know what questions to ask, how to push for a particular set of services. So I hope that answers your question. No.
Yeah, you good.
Dr. Ferguson, thank you so much for coming and providing us with all this information. And I'm happy that you came back again. I am back again. My name is Vicki Johnson, Vicki, another Vicki. I live in South Orange, and I've been living here for over 30 years. And I attended a board meeting back in March to express my disgust and horrible neglect by South Orange Maplewood School District concerning the lack of educational services for my granddaughter as a minority IEP student. And at that meeting, I was informed by the principal, hello, okay, that my granddaughter's educational and psychological needs will be evaluated by the school district. As of this date, nothing has changed. Only worse, with neglect for the South Orange Maplewood School District concerning my granddaughter as a minority and an IEP student. As a summary of events for you, from last year, she was given marijuana brownies by several students while a student at Columbia and was taken to St. Barnabas Hospital. And several students continued to physically and psychologically harass her at school. She was taken out of Columbia because of the hostile, unhealthy environment and given home instruction. The home instructor never received any communication about mandated core subjects from the IEP superintendent, Susie, or the Columbia teachers. She was supposed to be transferred to an out-of-district school, but the IEP department never completed the process. And now she's been out of school for over 6 months. 6 months from last year, without any written communication by the school district concerning her educational status or transfer as mandated by law as an IEP student. During the summer, she did receive some limited home instruction, but again, based on the home instructor's educational plan, not Columbia's, and still no communication between the home instructor, the IEP department, concerning her core subjects and the status of her grade level for September. She's still out of school at this point. And Mr. Taylor, the principal, the IEP department superintendent, and the supervisory staff should be fired immediately for neglect and psychological trauma that my granddaughter has experienced based on their incompetence. And the board members were sent documents on a regular basis concerning all the incidents I have discussed. Now, the question is, before I leave tonight, what is the resolution for my granddaughter? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fergus. So
Beyond my pay grade.
what, this part of the Q&A is specifically for community representatives to ask questions of Dr. Fergus, but what you spoke to is, we'll put that into record as part of the public speaks and no. Oh.
Well,
Yeah.
I would say, I think it's,
I know.
I appreciate, I hear your, the concern, right, as to your child getting the right set of services. And I think you're right to raise the questions and to continue to ask, when is it going to happen? There are provisions, and I'm sure the school board knows and the superintendent, they're all trying to, they're aware and
Thank
attending
you,
to those
Dr.
things.
Fergus.
So I'll leave it to that.
We'll let Dr. Taylor respond in
Yeah.
public speaks. Thank you so much. Do any of our community representatives, Dr. Diane Hughes?
Hello. I want to join in sort of thanking you for the work that you've done here and for your very thorough presentation. So I've been a parent in this district. I have been here since 1986 and blah, 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 blah. And so one of the observations I have about the report you gave is that our district, the story that you told about our district can be told about district after district after district after district across the country, and can also be told about this district in 1980, 1990, 2000, 2010, 2020, whatever. And yet there are ways in which, we as a district see ourselves as being different than other districts. We have been working on equity issues for decades. We've had consultants including your mentor, Pedro, who've come with recommendations for things that the board should do and things that schools should do differently. We are a district where families intentionally move here because of its diversity. It's a district where many of the Black parents, not all of them, but many of them are very well educated. They've gone through elite schools themselves. And so I really have two questions. One is, in your work, do you have any sense of what the prior barriers have been based on recommendations that prior consultants who've come in and done the same kind of work, right? Do you have any sense of any kinds of barriers to change in a district that really is motivated to change, that might be different than other districts? Really, I have three questions. The second is, are there any ways in which you see levers or points of change that are different for us than might be the case for, Newark or New York City or other places where you may have worked? And the third one just slipped my mind. So if you answer the first two, maybe I'll remember the third question.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions. So in terms of the barriers, right? Part of what we see often is that there is always a level of high energy around knowing the thing that we want to do, but that's always balanced with having the right people sitting in the right seats to be able to do that thing, right? And I know this district's had, has had sort of leadership changes over the last 5-6 years, right? And I think, you know, Dr. Taylor's been here, what, 4 years now or so, right? I think there is something to be said about stability. Dr. Gilbert's been here now a couple of years. 1 year? Oh, wow. Right? I know Adam Bardner's been here, but she's in a new role, right? And so my point being is like part of what happens around the barriers piece is, you know, we've got to have the right people sitting in the right seats and the rights, and also the school board that is ready and poised to do the work, and particularly institutionalizing the work, right? That no matter whatever shifts occur, you know, there also has to be an attention to nurturing the appetite among the school staff who are going to live this day in and day out, right? And I know that one of the benefits that I had around the first report was being able to walk classrooms with the principals at all the elementary schools and getting a sense of sort of at least a little bit of sort of what's the instructional energy that's happening, what's the type of engagement that staff have. And I know that there is what appeared there was a great deal of desire, right? A great deal of will. My curiosity was around the skill that exists, right? And in particular, I think there is a desire for greater skill development, right? So I think we have to be attentive to the types of, that is another barrier that we have to contend with, that we have to take earnestly what it means to actually really build the skills of folks. You know, and as I mentioned before, it can't just be lecture-based PD for staff. Staff actually don't like lecture-based. They want coaching. They want modeling, right? They want to see the stuff in action to know how to do the thing, right? In terms of the levers, right, that to be able to activate, I think there is, you know, it's interesting. South Orange Maplewood is a very interesting community. You're right. It's a place where people want to go to. I remember reading years ago the New York Times article about Maplewood, right? And I, you know, I was like, oh, this is an interesting place, right? That landed on the New York Times as like this little Shangri-La of cultural diversity, where folks have their lawn signs appreciating, loving diversity, but yet having systems that maintain academic segregation, right? And so I think there is a lever of drawing on that desire for diversity to move it into a moral imperative of a system that serves everyone, right? That goes beyond the lawn signs, but really encourages us to support the school board to institutionalize this, to expect that there be a level of institutionalizing it, to support your district leadership, to move these pieces down much further than just a report, because we've written a lot of reports, right? And that I don't know. And I did talk to Pedro years ago, and I said, Pedro, your name came up in South Orange Maplewood, right? And he vaguely remembered, right? So the concern is always we always have the concern that we can do these nice juicy reports and have these very poignant presentations, but what's the next stage? Where are folks moving around this?
I think it's important to add some context to the question. What's different this time is that, one, we have Dr. Fergus and his team who have, to your point, been here for years reviewing, analyzing the data from this district. So you know the fingerprints of this district very well. The second piece, which has never happened before, although we call your recommendations, they're actually requirements by contract. So based upon the BPW settlement with the school district, every single quote unquote recommendation by Dr. Fergus must be completed to the satisfaction of Justice John Wallace, former New Jersey Supreme Court judge, who will be the arbiter of whether or not the school district is in compliance with the requirements of Dr. Fergus. And there will be quarterly meetings between the school district personnel and BPW to see how the progress is going. So that is the biggest difference between then and now, is that before it was a recommendation with some commitment, partial commitment, no follow through, some follow through. Now there's a federal court involved. So if the compliance piece is not completed, we, BPW, have the option to go before a federal judge and request that the district comply. We don't want to come to that, which goes back to your piece, Dr. Fergus, of do we have the right personnel with the commitment to make this thing work for the kids? That's what it's all about. If we don't, we may end up back in court. If we do, you won't hear from us. Full stop.
Thank you for that. Other?
Principal Lynn Irby.
So as always, I want to thank you, Dr. Fergus, for the work that you do. It's a little disheartening because I'm hearing the sounds and the gasp as if this is new news. We've been talking about this since I was a kid in this district. I've been sitting at that table discussing the very same things. I just want to make one clarification with the idea of instructional coaches. They are not what you think they are. Our instructional coaches, no, I mean in the traditional sense of, because I was a literacy coach before. As a principal, I cannot say this teacher needs work with classroom management, so coach, can you go in? Or she needs help with questioning and discussion techniques. The teacher has to ask for that help. So often the teacher doesn't know what they don't know. So it's a falsehood. And, I'm one of those people that are going to say what is. I'm very happy that you brought up that all the people, the right people, have to be on the bus and the work has to be done by everyone. So even the board that's sitting here has to be willing to, as I always say, confront the brutal facts and begin to say, what is it? Because this is not new news. And so to look at the faces of people as if this is shocking, we have been failing Black and brown kids for decades. And it continues and it continues. And until we're really, so this report is incredible. But unfortunately, like you said, it's not new news.
Thank you, Principal.
I'm Christine Houseworth. I'm from the Achieve Foundation, and we've been looking a lot at what can we do at the younger grades? Like what ideas do you have? Because if they're failing, I mean, if there's such a discrepancy by third grade, then we need to do something in pre-K. So I'm wondering what ideas you have there.
There's one of the things that has happened over the last 10 years in particular, and probably most earnestly of the last 5 years, has been an attention to what's the learning experience that's happening in preschool, and even going into sort of daycare settings, right? And from the vantage point of what are the types of exposure points that we are giving our kids, right? That is about providing them the best footing for their next trajectory, right? And we haven't always done that consistently, and I learned, my wife during the de Blasio administration, she was deputy commissioner over all childcare settings in New York City. And one of the things that I learned from her was the amount of the amount of sort of low quality types of settings that kids whose families met the poverty threshold were consistently exposed to, not because they are of lesser cognitive ability, but just how we have set up the ways in which we do things, right? So as the gentleman was describing, is there a way in which we have created these processes to intentionally under-resource, right? That I think we have to pay attention to improving that the quality of what our kids are getting, that's being made available to them in those settings. But in additionally, what's the goodness of instruction and who is it targeting in those early grades? Meaning, if you have kids who are showing up to school where families have been providing levels of Kumon as they enter school, what we may think is, or see, and I can give testimony to this because it's some of the other districts we worked with where what may look like, oh, kids are coming in here more prepared, or this is what they should be looking like. We end up comparing kids to kids who are actually reflecting means of their families who are giving them additional supports versus noting where they are at in terms of where we are, sort of the benchmark sort of supports. Two, the types of intervention supports, I'm gonna go back to this, if we aren't getting it right within that K-3 band, particularly around math and reading specifically, and I'm gonna go even heavier on reading without ever looked at your reading data. Like that's one area we did not touch, but of particular concern. If kids aren't getting the depth of reading capacities by the time they are in third grade, then we are shortchanging their reading development over time. In particular, fluency, phonemic awareness, phonics, and then comprehension. We don't get particularly those first three right? And that for me has a concern around what interventions we got, because I'm gonna presume that there is gaps, but we've got to have interventions to shore that up. But then two, what's the goodness of the curriculum that is phonics-based, right? For those who are aware of sort of the reading dynamic that's happening in this country, right? That we're finally recognizing, oh my goodness, we weren't teaching reading right. We all knew that because you can't learn to read just by having a whole bunch of spelling words, right? You actually have to know how to decode. And so what's concerning is families who have means were able to shore that up. I did that with my oldest, who's now 23. When he was in third grade, they were asking, can we evaluate him because he's not reading well? And I knew what the problem was. They weren't teaching phonics. So what did I do? I hired a private tutor. And lo and behold, grades 4, 5, and 6, he met or exceeded the state assessment benchmarks for reading because I fixed the curriculum issues by having means. My concern is, what are the fixes that need to happen to ensure that we aren't creating that problem with our kiddos in that K-3 or preschool to 3 band?
I've been sitting here just processing this all. First of all, I want to thank you for your work. And, your work validates our litigation. We began this journey about 4 years ago when we filed this federal lawsuit, Black Parents Workshop. And tonight I'm sitting here thinking about my daughter, who is the reason why a Black Parents Workshop exists. Because as an 8th grade student, she was tracked into a remedial math course. And she is now in her 3rd year of law school and public policy school, pursuing a JD and a master's in public policy. I've got a couple of things on my mind because part of what I am not concerned about is anyone's hearts and minds. We can't fix that. I'm concerned about your responsibility under the law to educate Black children. And so I don't want anyone thinking that we're going to do some mind meld and try to change people's hearts and minds. You know who the biased personnel are in the school district. You know who the biased teachers are in the school district. Get rid of them. It's not hard to fix this. And yes, this occurs across the country. I am a school board member in one of the largest school districts in this country, 136,000 students, 20,000 staff, 200 schools, $3 billion school budget. and I chair the Policy and Governance Committee, and I oversee our equity work. You have to be intentional about this. And what's happened in this community and this district for decades, you have known this problem existed and you've allowed it to persist. And so while I am thankful for the work of Dr. Fergus and his team, I didn't travel 3.5 hours to be here tonight to simply walk away feeling good that you now have the evidence. James was polite. I'm not going to be polite. We had a settlement agreement for 3 years. We've just extended that for another 3 years. And I will tell you what will happen after the next 3 years if this is not fixed. We will see you in a federal courtroom. And I will ask for heaven and hell to rain upon this school district. Because what has happened here is, in the terms of what my grandmother used to say, it's shameful. How can you purport to be a community that is progressive and that supports equity, and you treat Black children in the way that you have? And if I sound angry, I am angry. Because what I heard tonight is what we told you 4 years ago, and everyone called us everything but a child of God because we filed this lawsuit. And so tonight, I really came here just to vent. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I missed the opening of a brand new school in my school district. We're opening 6 new schools this year, and we've got 6 more new schools on the way. I missed the opening of a new school because I wanted to come here and vent. And that's shameful, because I shouldn't have to do that. We have got to get to a point that we're honest. And what's been missing in this community is honesty. Every time we bring this up, there's another excuse. First, you tried to blame the Black children for not wanting to exceed and succeed in school. Then you tried to blame Black parents. You got to shoulder this one. You have to take this hit because it's on you. And it's on this entire community. It's on both local governments that have allowed this to happen. It's on the realtors who have also tracked people into neighborhoods in this community. It's on former school board members who sat here and saw the evidence and did nothing about it. It's about superintendents who sat in that seat and did nothing about it. It's got to end. And if it doesn't end, it's going to cost you. Because before, we didn't ask for much. We just said, fix it. Support your own children. People claim we were looking for money. We looked for no money. All we said was, help the children that you are legally required to educate. It's that simple. So even when I hear some of the questions tonight, I question if you have the courage to do this, if you have the will to do this, because it's not hard. It's all there. The data's all there. And when I see some of the data, it should make everyone in this community ashamed. How can you have a situation where you have Black students who are literally being navigated in a special education? When you have students who are locked into a less rigorous class, knowing that they will never have the opportunity to even think about going to college. This is sick. You got to do better. And I know this was supposed to be a question, but I'm sorry, I'm taking privilege here as the organization that is responsible for this man being here. And let me also clear something up. He's back because we went to the monitor knowing that he wasn't getting the data he needed to complete his work. That's why he's back. And so if we're gonna begin this, we're gonna begin it with honest discussion. And the last point I want to say, we are not in litigation with the South Orange Maplewood School District. That's over. We have a settlement agreement. So there should be no further issue of Black Parents Workshop communicating with this board because we're quote unquote in litigation. We're not in litigation. We have a signed settlement agreement, and we should be at the point of constant communication. For 3 years, I kept hearing, well, we can't talk about that because we're in litigation. That's a lie. And you've even done it to one of your board members. And so I want to be clear, because I'm not coming up 95 again for this mess. I'm leaving it to James. But I will tell you, you'll see me again in 3 years if Justice Wallace says you haven't met your responsibilities under this agreement. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. I think we do have Jocelyn Ryan, and then I think Sheena Collum, Village President Sheena Collum, and Mayor Dean Dappas both would like to speak as well.
Thanks. Jocelyn Ryan, Community Coalition on Race. I feel bad for myself that I have to follow Walter, but okay. I wanted to point out in your special education data that I've been a special education parent in the district for 16 years, and I have noticed that as the special education setting becomes more restrictive, it becomes less white. And also over time, and I have some theories as to why this is too, settings become more restrictive. So you have inclusion classes in elementary schools that are pretty mixed racially. And then you have pull-out resource room and self-contained classes at the high school that are either almost or entirely 100% Black and Latinx. So that was my comment, my questions. I wondered if you knew how the kids were being identified for INRS services, and was there a commonality there in how they were being identified? And then the other thing was, in your learning disability data, did you have any drill down on which learning disabilities, like was it SLD in reading and writing and math? And I know you didn't really look at reading, but I wondered if that came up in that. Or any commonality in the age at which kids were being identified as disabled.
Well, I can answer a part to your question. There's a little nuance in the data around special ed identification, but one of the anecdotal pieces from focus groups was around reading intervention, and that there was a level of frustration from educators who, were teaching in a particular way because that was the moment we were living in. That was a phonics-free moment. That's over now. But anyway, so there was a frustration around that, but also, and we keep bringing this up, but it's really crucial, is that INRS, having a standardized process for INRS is so important. And especially to your question at earlier grade levels, when there's strong tier 1 intervention in the classroom, which means when there's support that all the kids are getting, but that's, targeted because a number of children are struggling with a thing, that's really essential. And when you exist in a culture of tutoring where people are, providing these supports to their own children only outside the school, there's this illusion that there's not a need for that, but there absolutely is a need for that. And so I just can't emphasize enough how important the INRS process is, that there's just there's so many different nodes that will touch, but that in focus group data, we absolutely heard from frustrated educators who, felt that they were a bit hamstrung because they couldn't provide support to students that they felt would be very meaningful.
In terms of your question regarding restrictive settings, right? So no, we did not look at placement data for a particular reason, is because it is across so many districts. There's a level of messiness in terms of how the data is captured, and for us to adequately sort of make sure that we know the level of restrictiveness. However, your point is correct in terms of what you are noticing, because so the federal government, so the U.S. Department of Education, the Office of Special Education Programs, has let state education departments know across the country that they are now going to be paying attention to how well they are working with school districts on their placement data, because the feds are wanting to now, they're they've looked at snapshots of data and they've identified the pattern that you're describing, that as kids get older, the most restrictive settings are primarily existing with students of color. And the concern is what is happening in terms of the access to core instruction and core curricular program when you get into more restrictive settings, and what kids are being placed in restrictive settings for, meaning specific identification categories, right? That's happening. So, and then to your question around specifically within LD, no, we did not. We just, we worked with the data point that they had in terms of that around who had the identification in terms of LD, but nothing specifically around sort of what areas. So, thank you.
Nubia, oh, sorry, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't know you were still. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Just really quick, sorry. Nubia wanted to say something, and then we're just gonna quickly go to two people on the monitor, and then we'll come back.
I just wanted to, thank you. That was great. I just wanted to set the record straight about phonics in our curriculum and in the district. We are still teaching Teachers College. We are piloting a new phonics curriculum. So it is not changed district-wide. I'm really happy that through the work that we've done with CNI, this board has made a priority for the district to look at the science of reading and the data and the research and the statistics. And so the goal is that by next year, we will have an entirely new curriculum for reading in elementary school, but it is not changed yet. So just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Village President Column and then Mayor Dean Deffis. They're on the screen, so they're just gonna come over.
Board President, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Dr. Fergus, thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. My first question, I have a series of questions, but hopefully they won't take you too long to answer. Earlier on in your presentation, you had the special education relative risk ratio, and you had referenced curriculum-based disabilities. That's a term I'm not very familiar with. I was hoping you could just expand on this a little bit more. And my takeaway, and I might be wrong, do you feel that teachers are steering certain students towards special education through the way that they teach the curriculum?
Well, so I'll say this in terms of curriculum-based disability. What we reference in terms of as a research term is when there are when there are gaps and persistent gaps that exist in terms of what we have in our curriculum and how we teach what's in the curriculum. The concern is that the difficulties that kids are representing, the skills gaps, that when it rises to the level to which a child's being has an initial referral and it's being evaluated in the child study team, the concern is that there is an inappropriateness in terms of what we are understanding are maybe discrepancies that are actually due to the issues of the curriculum having gaps, the curriculum and instruction having gaps, and not necessarily a disability that exists with the kids. What further compounds that issue is when you don't have good intervention data, meaning if you have an INRS process, if you have a tier 2 or tier 3 process, that you have limited data to know what did the kid get so that you can scientifically be able to discern, is this a disability that a child is experiencing, or is this due to the fact that we haven't given them what they should have gotten at the pace in which they need it in order for them to be successful. So that's what we mean when we're talking about curriculum-based disability.
Thank you very much for that. Next, I was very keenly interested on the discipline slides. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I know this is where numbers come into play here, is that there was a total of 56 instances of discipline, out of roughly 6,532 students. So that would say that it would suggest that less than 1% of all students are subject to whether it's in-school suspension or out-of-school suspension. Is this number consistent with peer schools and schools with similar demographics to us? Is that a good threshold in terms of discipline?
So the concern in particularly in the discipline data, I want to make sure that I highlight this, is the disparity in it. Meaning of the 56, the majority are Black students. And that's the concern, right? That we know that kids are there's always going to be levels of misbehavior that kids, that are going to involve some type of consequence. And the concern is that it appears as if that it's mostly Black students, given the fact that your Black students are representing about 25% of your school district, but yet representing, more than 2/3 of the population that's experiencing discipline. But in terms of sort of representation around sort of patterns of discipline, it varies from district to district. So I can't even tell you, what is typical or not, right? Because each district has, I have to say about discipline data is one of those areas of data that we have to be very careful how the quality of the data, meaning not every principal is annotating the types of consequences that they're offering up to kids, right? So they would, and because we were only looking at one snapshot of a year, right? So I'm not certain if that's typical for South Orange Maplewood School District to have that rate in which suspensions are happening. Is that comparable to previous years before COVID? I can't give testimony to that particular pattern.
I would say, I just wanted to point out that it is a relatively small percentage. I recognize the discrepancy there, but overall, having less than 1% in our school district, I guess we have to look at that discrepancy within the smaller subset. This is probably something for the board, but I know that there was a considerable time spent on disciplinary issues, and I know that there was a suspension moratorium, and there was also more consistency in the way that discipline was going out, needing the superintendent's approval on that. So maybe at a future meeting, we can learn a little bit more as to how that's panned out over the past couple years, especially the consistency part. I did have another question about Black students not feeling supported in some of the AP classes. This went to the culture and the climate of how these students are feeling. And one of the bullet points referenced whether the instructor makes it a welcoming classroom. Is there a mechanism for students to be able to report? And is there teacher accountability when there is a climate issue that's occurring that is disproportionately impacting the students of color in a classroom? I'm not familiar how that process works or how we even identify when that's occurring in classrooms repeatedly.
Now, you raise a great strategy in terms of, how do we contend with what's happening? I mean, we were fortunate that the students felt very safe. They told us a lot of examples. We chose to not include some of them just to maintain anonymity for the students. But it definitely raises a question. And I think the students also pointed it out that they weren't always certain who they could go to advocate for or explain things that were transpiring, and that it would be taken seriously, right? There were a couple of examples where students gave us details of things that transpired that where they at the end of it, they felt as they identify that the adult could still behave in the particular way that they did towards the kid, and and the student was fearful of reporting it because of retaliation, right? And so but I think you raise a great point in terms of, what may need to be a process that lives in the schools for students to share about what's happening in terms of the adults, in terms of a sense of sort of bias that they're experiencing. Now, obviously, that is something that, there has to be careful thinking through in terms of what that looks like and what that process looks like, right? Because you don't want all of a sudden you get a whole mess of, sort of complaints about things. But I think there has to be a way in which that gets reported, but also a way in which administrators also respond to the nature of what's actually transpiring, and heed sort of the stories that that kids are sharing about how welcoming they feel in these classrooms, especially in spaces where there is a history to which they're new to. So.
Yeah. I just have just a couple more. Thank you so much for that. I wanted to recognize board member Vadlamani. Thank you for sharing that there's a one-pager, because I was thinking the same thing. Is there just like a checklist that the district can produce so that we can all keep track of what's going on here? Dr. Fergus, you did have some recommendations on the towns, and I want to let you know with our partners, the Community Coalition on Race, who I see there, we just hosted a town hall forum on our housing strategies, our affordable housing strategies, and know that we're all over that. We follow our demographics reports. We are fully compliant with the Fair Housing Act and our local fair share and housing element. So I think you'll be pleased. I know you're a busy man, but would be happy to share the link with you. It was very successful. Over 100 residents attended last week, so I will pass that along. And the last question is whether Dr. Fergus or maybe somebody from the school district, is that it seems like there is more than enough work going on, that when Mr. Davis had said that there's quarterly meetings, has the board considered having a standing subcommittee of the Board of Education that works on the compliance with the settlement agreement? We heard from Mr. Fields also talking about the need for this to occur. And I think that if you get people around the table, all the necessary people, this should probably kind of come to the top of the pyramid, given how much time and energy and resources are being expended to address these. That's more a comment, question, or maybe throw it to Dr. Fergus, is would this be a best practice for stakeholders to meet more frequently and go through the checklist and make sure everybody's in agreement so we don't end up back in court?
No, I'm entirely in agreement. It was a committee that I had proposed back in January. And at that time, it was voted down. So I do hope that it's something that we can explore again, because I do think it's so important that we have eyes and ears on this. You'll hear in a resolution that we're going to read this evening that we will ask the district to conduct a public update every 6 months, January and July, giving us a status update on the implementation of Dr. Fergus's recommendations. That would include not only documentation, but data, so that as a board, we can ensure that we are meeting the achievement goals and implementation timelines as has been presented to us from the district. And that is aligned to what would be also transpiring with Justice Wallace. So thank you for that idea. I would love to float it again to the board, and hopefully we can get buy-in to put something like that up for the board to stay on top of all of this.
Great. Thank you so much, Board President, members of the Board of Education, and Dr. Fergus and your team for a very interesting night, I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Mayor Dean Daffis, I believe.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Fantastic. Thank you all for this eye-opening meeting tonight. Dr. Fergus, what a comprehensive and fulsome report you gave tonight, sir. Thank you to you and your team. Mr. Fields and Mr. Davis called it shameful. Yeah, some of the data is shameful, and I thought it was sobering. So we have a lot of work to do. I guess some of my individual content questions have been answered, but my big question, overarching question, is what controls are being put into place, including some sort of oversight committee, so that 3 years from now, we're not, the data doesn't show that we're underperforming.
I think that you raised a very good point, and I think as a board, we will consider that going forward. I know that the quarterly meetings, and you'll see, so for everyone's edification, in the attachments, in the resolution, I think it's the very last document, there is the full monitoring plan that's been signed by Justice Wallace and agreed to by the board. So you can see what is required as part of the settlement. There is the quarterly meetings on top of, you know, monthly reporting around things like suspension data, et cetera. So there is, in terms of oversight, we do have Justice Wallace, which is very helpful. But then as a board, you know, something that we need to talk about. I agree with you. I think it would be great to have a committee.
Yeah, because I think even throughout the academic year, from classroom to classroom, from teacher to teacher, from setting to setting, there needs to be some sort of weekly oversight and report, so that, you know, we don't fail our students. I mean, this report is really damaging. This data is, you know, it tells an unequivocal story, and then the voices of our students themselves, it really, really is very upsetting. I wanted to also add that, as Dr. Fergus already mentioned in his report, of course, one of the contributing factors to educational segregation is residential segregation, right? This area of New Jersey, if not the entire state, has a long history of redlining, and Maplewood in South Orange in modern times has a very long history of real estate steering. Thankfully, that is not happening anymore, and I can assure you that, as Mayor Collum said, we too in Maplewood are doing all that we can to increase our socioeconomic housing diversity through greater affordable housing, through expanding our group homes for households with special needs, by providing first-time homeownership opportunity using our local affordable housing trust funds to first-time homeowners. And those homeowners have been non-white and biracial. And working with the coalition as well. I'm a former coalition trustee. I'm a former residential committee member. So this stuff is very personal, and we want to let the board know and the community know, and all the stakeholders involved in this work, that you have very strong municipal partners here. I think it was one of the principals who stated you have to have all the right people in the bus, all agreeing to go to the same place, and all working together throughout the journey. And I can assure you that as mayor and as a governing body member of Maplewood, we are your partner in this work, and we look forward to staying engaged in all of the issues that were presented tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Dafis. From the community representatives, are there any other questions or comments for Dr. Fergus? We have two more. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Anita Mack, and I was a teacher at Columbia High School for 24 years. Thank you, Dr. Fergus, for that enlightening report. But I have to say, just as Principal Irby and Walter Fields said, we've been fighting this for over 30+ years. This has been going on. My colleague here, Bill Gaines, was one of the architects of the Discipline Review Committee that made recommendations for the Montrose program that I was a part of, that where students who were considered, I feel, the underbelly of this district were sent so that they could succeed and excel in more individualized instruction and more one-to-one instruction from their teachers. Most of these students, when I first went to the program, which was recommended that it would be placed in another building, because when it was at Columbia High School, it was a half-a-day program, and the kids were with us for about 4 hours, basic subjects, but then they went to lunch, and then they were in the mix of the rest of the school, where a lot of distractions happened. And I know Mr. Gaines will continue to talk about that. And so then it was decided to move it to Montrose School, where it was more of a situation where kids at all academic levels were there. Many of those kids went on to college. Many of those kids went on to trade schools or work. And so my question is to the board: why was Montrose let go? Why did this program that was being successful in the sense of kids excelling, or at least feeling flexible in achieving what they needed to achieve at their rate, why was this program disbanded there and then brought back to the high school where the kids were not successful? So it's almost as if it was planned that they would fail. And so my comment to the board is this. I had to write this down. W.E.B. Du Bois, a system cannot fail those it was never meant to protect. And so I ask you tonight, are you going to remain to be that system who continues to fail the historically disenfranchised student? Or are you going to put policies and programs in place where excelling and learning for students of color is a priority and not a rarity?
Thank you, my esteemed colleague, Anita Mack. My name is William Gaines, and I taught in this district for over 30 years. And let me just say a little bit about myself. I have been on the side in terms of not just being a teacher, but in positions of leadership through 30 years. And one of the things that really bothers me regarding this district, and I've been retired for 7 years, one of these things that really bothers me about the district is the lack of institutional memory. When I talk about institutional memory, I'm talking about the fact that a lot of these things that you so perceptively pointed out, Dr. Fargas, has already been done. Okay, and I'm trying to wonder, I'm wondering to myself, why is it that people are upset about these statistics? They've been that way for 30 years that I've been in this district. Let me give you an example of some of the things that I've dealt with and some of the things that continue to haunt us in this district today. First of all, let's look at discipline. As Ms. Mack indicated, that there is a disproportionate number of African Americans who are caught up in terms of the discipline system. Whether the number, and I heard the person on the screen talk about, well, the number was small. It doesn't matter whether the number is small. The matter is that there was a disproportionate of African American students being targeted. And let me just say this. As for me, as the number of African American students increased in this district, remember, I came in 1987, and there was maybe 10, 12% African Americans at Columbia High School. By the time I left, it was about 35%. So what happened, and studies indicate that. Once the African American community or the student population increases, the discipline policy becomes more punitive. And that's what you saw at Columbia High School. The discipline policy becoming more punitive, and African-American students, particularly African-American males, getting caught up in the system. I happen to chair the Discipline Review Committee, which was a committee in which we were given the task of looking at the school district from a structural perspective. We knew that there was a disproportionate number of African Americans who were caught up in the system. So what we did, as Ms. Mack perceptively indicated, what we did was we developed an alternative program because there were a number of students who were constantly in trouble in that school, at Columbia High School. And so what we did was we put together the Montrose School with the motto of one size does not fit all. I'll repeat that again. One size does not fit all, which means that a lot of the students who were getting into trouble and as administrators indicated, being a drain on the system, they were now at the Montrose School. Now, when we put a proposal together that came before your board in about the year around 2001, 2002, that Montrose School had a budget of over $280,000, which was unheard of 20 years ago. It covered the cost of books, it covered the cost of teachers, it covered the cost of just running the Montrose School. We had a 98% success rate. You can't argue with the statistics. We had a 98%. But now, here's how it goes. You see success, and then success is taken away from you. So then, what ended up happening is the district traded the dollar for dignity. I'll say it again. They looked at the dollar instead of the dignity of the program. And so what ended up happening is, even though the research indicated that there was a need for an alternative program and that the alternative program was successful, they said, no, we're going to bring it back to Columbia High School. Well, the research says that if in fact you're going to have a successful alternative program, it must be separate from the general population. You cannot put students who are having a difficult time adjusting back into the same system and expect success. So what ended up happening is it failed because the district decided that they were not going to fully commit. And so what I'm saying to you, what I'm saying to everyone is that it is important, it is imperative as all board members to go back, and I don't care if you have to go look in the archives. There have been so many initiatives done by this district that have been tabled. And so it is no wonder why Mr. Fields is upset, because it's what we call planned procrastination. Let's get through this and then it'll go away. Do you know that we had done de-leveling as early as 1987? We had proposed de-leveling. They sent us away. They spent thousands of dollars. And then we presented a report to the board, and the board said, we're not ready. And Dr. Fargas, your point is so well taken. Be careful about de-leveling, because if in fact students are not prepared with materials, if they are not prepared to make that next jump, it is going to fail. So what I'm saying to this board here, it is important, and I think Mr. Fields said it best. Either you're going to deal with it internally as a community, or you're going to have to deal with it where the law says to you, or the federal court say to you, you are going to do it with all immediate speed. Now, you have that choice. One last thing that I want to say. I fought very hard during my 30 years for an African studies program. And you wanted to know in terms of rigor and what have you. And it's funny because I heard people really, really bragging, oh, did you hear that Columbia High School or the South Orange Maplewood School District is in the top 40 or a top 50? It's number 40 out of 50. And I looked and I said, wow, how our standards have decreased. Because when I came here, we were in the top 5. So when we talk about rigor and what we expect in terms of students, somehow we've lowered the bar in this school district. And I don't know where it happened, but our greatness can come back again if, in fact, we understand that if, in fact, you expect a lot, the expectations are high, the achievement is going to be high along with it. And let me just say, I fought years for an African studies program. And in fact, the community put pressure on the board. And I don't mean you guys, but put pressure. People like Dr. Yamba, former president of Essex County College, came to meetings and demanded an African studies program. Okay? I was trained by Dr. Lenworth Gunther, one of the foremost historians in this country. And in fact, we had seminars even before the course was running where people were breaking down the doors to get in. So you tell me that there's not a need for an African studies program, and then I'm insulted by the fact that your board is talking about an African American history course. Are you kidding me? As I indicated, the course was called African Studies, which started in Africa, not in America, talking about slavery to the present, but it talked about Africa. It went into the caves, it went into the pyramids in Egypt. It talked about the West African kingdoms. And I'm insulted, and I'm really, really bothered by the fact that you're talking about implementing an African American history course when you already had an African studies course going back well over 20 years. So when I say to you, it's important that we have an institutional memory, you're doing great work, but the work was already done. And it's shameful. I'm going back to what Mr. Fields said. It is shameful that we have to continue to go circular over and over again until we get it. So maybe it may take a federal lawsuit for us to do it. But we have always had excellence in this district. It's very important that we indicate this. I was a part of.
I'm so sorry. Just because we were gonna close out.
Okay, can I just make one more statement, which is very germane to this? Okay. As a part of the rigor which you talked about, it's extremely important that we get our children involved in activities that show their excellence. Let me give you an example. We had what was called the African American History Challenge Bowl. Columbia High School was so good that and this was sponsored by 100 Black men. Columbia High School was so talented that we ended up hosting the state tournament. And we won the national tournament 3 consecutive years. That's what I talk about in terms of excellence. We can get back to that. But as a board, I implore you to understand that there are things that we have done, from de-leveling to discipline review to an alternative school, that cannot be ignored and should not be ignored. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all of our community representatives, and thank you so much to Dr. Fergus and his team. We really appreciate you, and we know we'll be seeing lots of you over the next 3 years. And I just want people to know that we are going to have public speaks. We're just going to move on to the action portion of the meeting.
Before you do that, may I make a comment on something that was said?
Sure.
What I wanted to do was just to say that there are no Tier 3 intervention for reading at Tuscan, Bolden, or South Mountain, nor is there a Tier 3 intervention in grades K through 5 for math. So you know.
Thank you. Dr. Taylor, did you want to introduce the resolution for this evening?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, and good evening to everyone. Just going back to the agenda, the action portion of the agenda. Board members, for your consideration, we have Resolution 4505. Is there a second?
Thank you, Board Member Eckert. Tonight, the board will be addressing a singular resolution for consideration, as Dr. Taylor stated, Resolution 4505. So I would like to formally present and read this resolution into the official record. Whereas the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education and Black Parents Workshop entered into a settlement of litigation in July 2020, calling for implementation of recommendations to be developed by Dr. Edward Fergus, a mutually agreed upon consultant. And whereas the settlement designated retired New Jersey Supreme Court Justice John Wallace to monitor implementation of those recommendations over a 3-year period. And whereas Justice Wallace has proposed a monitoring plan to commence as of the finalization of Dr. Fergus's recommendations. And whereas Dr. Fergus finalized his equity audit report in August 2023. And whereas the Board of Education expects Dr. Fergus's recommendations to be implemented according to the agreed upon implementation timelines and within the duration of the 3-year monitoring period. And whereas the Board of Education will require a public update every 6 months, January and July, on the implementation of Dr. Fergus's recommendations to include the documentation and data necessary to determine achievement of the goals and compliance with the timetables in the Fergus Plan and the integration plan in the form of a public presentation. And whereas the Board of Education will ensure that the district has the resources necessary to comply with the settlement agreement. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education approves a 3-year extension of the monitoring plan proposed by Justice Wallace, with the monitoring period to commence as of August 2023 and to conclude in August 2026. We are now open for discussion on this resolution. Do any board members have questions or comments to share? Board Member Vadlamani.
I think this is a great resolution in the sense that a lot of people I know have expressed concerns about what we did not do in the past. I mean, I wasn't there. Okay, I'm sorry. But the way I'm a natural born optimist. Okay, so the way I'm looking at it is that we're trying to build this very fancy house, which is going to take it. It's a metaphor, right? I mean, so yes, we've had delays in coming up with the architecture, but we have an architectural plan. And now we need to make sure that we build it, implement it correctly. And that's on us and the future boards that come by. So thank Dr. Fergus for coming up with the architecture, and whatever happened in the past, well, I mean, it happened in the past. Let's ensure that we don't fail at this. And just one additional point I want to throw in is that even though we may do everything that's required by here, the outcomes data may not be perfect at the end of 3 years, because outcomes are not dependent upon all the impacts. So I just wanted to point out that very obvious thing that, you know, even with all the effort in there, you know, 3 years from now, we shouldn't be saying that, oh my God, we didn't achieve 100%. Of course, I mean, if you don't make progress, then we're doing something wrong. But anyway, that's my two cents. Thanks.
Any other questions or comments on the resolution? Okay, seeing no further questions or comments, we'll close discussion. Mr. Burnside, can you please call the roll on Resolution 4505?
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Board Member Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Gifford?
Yes.
Board Member Ackert?
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield?
Yes.
Board Member Duval Wilson?
Yes.
Board President Whitletter?
Yes.
Board Member Wright.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That includes the action portion of the meeting. We're now going to move on to the hearings of individuals and delegates. School board meeting is a business, and you guys don't feel like you have to stay here. Thank you so much for everything. Sorry. Thank you again. You don't have to stay. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment and in many cases, a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, the administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent. If the superintendent is satisfied that the matter is ready to be presented to the Board of Education, it is then referred to the appropriate board committee. The members of the board committee work with the administration and the superintendent to assure that the members fully understand the matter. After the committee discusses the matter, it is then shared with the other board members for consideration. Only then is it placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at a public meeting. Thank you for coming in person and dialing in by phone this evening. The South Orange Maplewood Board of Education certainly respects that you've taken the time out of your busy day to address the board at tonight's meeting. We value public involvement in our school district, and we are eager to hear what you have to say. Each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak. Please do your best to stay within the time afforded to you. We request that you please state your name and town of residence for the record. So the first person that we have here, he already spoke to, Mr. Fields already spoke. So then, okay, so 4 people already spoke. Okay, so now we're on to Sudarshan Pani.
Good evening. My name is Sudarshan Pani. I live in Maplewood. I'm the father of 2 girls. Both go to Clinton Elementary, one in kindergarten that just started a week and a half ago, and one in 2nd grade that started a couple of years ago. My 2nd grader was the first year of the intentional integration program here. So this discussion might seem petty in coming after the discussion that we just had, and I'm grateful for the time that we just had. But I want to raise the issue of busing and the impact that it's had, and the impact that the integration program has had on those of us with children that don't live close to the schools that we are now assigned to. I have no issue with Clinton Elementary. My daughters are doing great there. However, it is not necessarily close to us. For the last 2 years with my older daughter, we have not had the opportunity for busing, and this year we do have the opportunity for busing, which I'm grateful for. However, the busing is not adequate. The scheduled time for which my daughters get picked up is 7:52 a.m. The start time at Clinton Elementary School is 7:58 a.m., leaving 6 minutes between my bus stop and Clinton, where we have to cross Valley and we have to cross Prospect. Driving down Parker, passing Columbia High School. You could imagine that 6 minutes is not necessarily enough time to get from that bus stop to Clinton Elementary. In addition to that, mine is not the last bus stop on the route. There are additional bus stops after mine before the kids get to Clinton Elementary School. I will add to that the first stop that I know of on our route is at 7:22 in the morning. This morning, the bus arrived at Clinton Elementary School at 9:15 a.m. This is not unique. I am one parent on one route with 2 kids, and I can guarantee you this issue is occurring on multiple routes with hundreds of children across the district. I don't know what the solution is. I suspect that rerouting, combining bus stops, and assigning different or more buses to the busing schedule might be a part of the solution. But the outcome of the busing situation today is that my children and many other children of many other families arrive to school late. We talked a great deal about inclusion and equity. And Dr. Taylor, you mentioned equity and resources in your welcome letter. What this means is my daughter, who just started kindergarten in this district a week and a half ago, has not sat through a morning meeting with her kindergarten teacher yet. Not a single day. This means that my daughter's kindergarten teacher doesn't get to know her. She arrives well into the instructional time period. This means that my two daughters arrive to school and they're a disruption to class. Again, I speak on behalf of my daughters, but I know for a fact I'm not the only one. There are many parents here with me. There are many parents that were here tonight that have had to leave due to the lateness of the hour, which is okay. But just know this is not an isolated case, and we are asking for something to be done about this.
Thank you very much. Adam Sakata. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. Now the clock can start. I'm Adam Licata. I live in South Orange. We're on the same bus route. Our daughter just started kindergarten at Clinton Elementary. We're pretty excited. We were walking distance to Marshall, but we think it's worth it, especially after learning everything tonight and the history and the context behind the integration plan. So even though we're 4 hours in, I actually learned a lot tonight. With that said, logistics is a nightmare. We were 8 days into Clinton, starting Clinton Elementary, the school year. She's our only daughter, and she just started here. Her bus pickup time is 7:25 a.m. And she arrived at Clinton Elementary today at 9:15 a.m. And this is not unusual. Every single day, they're approximately 30 to 60 minutes late. The reason why we know that is because a lot of parents are putting air tags in their backpacks because we don't know where the bus is and we don't know where our children are because they're showing up so late. A lot of the kids are getting marked as tardy or not present in class. Luckily, my daughter as a teacher seems to be understanding and she's getting marked present every day. So we don't have to correct the record, unlike some other parents have to do. Anyways, right now it's an inconvenience, but day to day that means I can't take the 8:05 a.m. train from South Orange into the city, even though my kids' pickup time is 7:25 a.m. because the bus twice now was over 30 minutes late. So the parents have started carpooling because we live in a very loving and caring community. And so the parents, we look out for each other and take our kids sometimes to school, even when the bus doesn't show up. It is only 8 days in and it is not getting better. Originally, it said, first couple of weeks, could be 20 minutes late. It's completely understandable. It's a new route. It's a new system. It's a new process. Everyone's trying to get used to it. But 30 plus minutes late means that we don't know if the bus is even going to show up today, and we have to rely on carpooling, et cetera. It's a logistical nightmare, and I'm going to yield the remaining 1 minute to the other parents we may have here.
Thank you, Adam. Anna Satnikova.
No, it's a handheld mic.
Madam President, just one point of order, The change in policy was that parents and folks can't see to one another. I just wanted to make sure that you were aware that the board can allow it, of course, but folks can't give their public speaks to other folks, right? Yeah. Okay, no big deal at all, but we're just keeping our order and policy, that's all. That's all.
Hi, in the interest of time, I'll try to add to what the other two parents didn't cover. My children are on the same bus, so we've been experiencing a lot of the same things. Last Monday, the bus did not show up at all. My name is Anna Statnikova. I live in Maplewood. My child is a second grader, so we're very grateful to have busing this year. However, the bus did not show up at all one day. There was absolutely no communication from the district. I left 2 voicemails. I emailed. To this day, I have not heard back. 2 of those days, my child got on the wrong bus because that bus stopped at the bus stop. The driver and the aide insisted that my child belonged on that bus, took the bus pass. I only discovered that it was a different bus while talking to the other parents and realizing that they were describing a different driver. Thankfully, the school confirmed that my bus was safe. The point being is that the bus drivers have no idea where they're supposed to be picking up kids. Different buses are passing on the same bus routes, which is just telling me it's not efficient at all. So it's not really clear to me how it was put together. Kids are upset because they're late to school, they're dysregulated. My child ran back into the house and hid because he was so stressed, waiting for so long. My child doesn't, I'm gonna speak on behalf of some of the other parents that weren't able to speak here, but some of the kids that were taking the afternoon bus, the bus, one of the days took 90 minutes to do the route. The kids were crying and sweating, and the only response from the transportation department was to say, you know, you need to be understanding. That's not really something parents can convey to their kids. There's been absolutely no commitment to explain what's going to be done. There's no bus tracking. Nobody knows where the buses are, when our kids are getting to school, what we're supposed to tell the teachers, what we're supposed to tell the kids. What I would like to hear from the Board of Ed and the Transportation Department and Dr. Taylor is why there's been zero communication, and the few parents that did manage to get in touch with the Transportation Department, twice they spoke to the same person. The second time, the person laughed at them and said, "Oh, it's you again." Did not actually provide any kind of communication about what will be happening. So I know this meeting is about that, but I want to hear some sort of plan about communication and bus tracking, because what's happening right now is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Denise Gaffney. I don't think Denise is here. Okay. Alex Rosenblatt.
Hello, my name is Alex Rosenblatt, live in South Orange. We live 3 doors down from Marshall. My first grader has been placed in Clinton. Again, the fact that buses were introduced, in theory, should be a great help logistically to a very tough situation. I guess I won't reiterate what the other parents on the same bus route have said, but I will add some new information. We're all on the same bus route and we're pretty organized. The same thing is going on the other Clinton bus route, the purple route, because I happen to know someone on the WhatsApp group over there, and he has stated that the exact same thing is going on. In fact, those 2 buses pass each other in the routes. Logistics are hard. I've taken a fair amount of logistics classes and work with a fair amount of pretty advanced logistics professionally and have for a number of years. It takes a lot of planning. It takes a lot of understanding of how to make these things work. I think that some of the underlying things, and again, you know, I don't know that it's my place to fix the issues, but I can definitely diagnose some problems that are going on under the covers, is that the placement of students around the district has been made in such a way that it's very, very difficult to find a way to get them all onto the same bus because it's everywhere. And this has actually been detailed with a great amount of data on a Facebook group called SOMA for Adequate Busing. But some of the additional problems that have also come with the schedule changes that I do want to highlight that are in addition here are that the crossing guard schedules have also changed to the point where there are not crossing guards during times when students are crossing. Maybe not such a big deal right now in September, but when it gets dark, and because people are being picked up so early, it might turn into a safety problem. In addition to that, we're one of the first stops. The few times that my daughter has ridden the bus, she's on for a very long time. As I've stated before, has gotten to school quite late. Based on the way that the buses are now and the way that the students are randomly distributed around needing to be picked up for busing to work, which I do hope it does work, I don't know how, without any major changes, it's going to come to pass that students will be on time forever, because that's just the way the buses are worked out. Unless the more bus routes are introduced, the routes are broken down and more efficiency is placed in how people are picked up in order to make it to school on time. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. So that
Can I ask a quick question? None of you said which bus you're on. I just want to catch that.
So we are on the Clinton Gray bus.
Green bus. got
I
it.
can assure you, because I know, I said gray. Oh, I'm sorry. No, the Clinton Gray bus, Gray. Yes. And I don't know that the parents from the Clinton Purple bus organized to come out here, but I know that very similar things are happening.
We know that parents go out, parents play out, their children are so
Got it.
just to them, there are ways that they can fit.
Thank you so much. So that concludes our in-person public speaks, but we have audio public speaks, and the first person who has registered is Katie Torn. She's still with us. Nope. Okay. Natalie Peretti. No longer with us. Paola McFerrin. And then Adam, you joined us in person. So that concludes our public speaks. Dr. Taylor, did you want to respond?
Definitely. First of all, just to give everyone the same information, and what I've said in responses to emails from families like yourself who've reached out to me directly, and I just would share with you to do that, right? Don't be afraid to copy me on email concerns and things like that, because I can add urgency to what you're dealing with. And I can tell you that the tiering of routes to try and make them as efficient and make our buses as full as possible, these are some of the symptoms of that. And we're working with our vendor to smooth that out. Our coordinators working with our business office and the vendor daily, all day long, smoothing those things out. A couple of the major challenges that we've seen is what occurs when we don't have our regular drivers. When there are sub-drivers brought in, we've seen some serious impact of that. It's their first time driving that route, and it's not an excuse for them, and we're holding the vendors accountable for that. I think that to make this more efficient, we can just have a conversation, away from this, so I don't have to have a timer on me and the board and the time of night that we have here. So I'll reach out to you. We have your names. And for those other folks who are impacted, don't be afraid to email me directly, and we can start to diagnose what the concerns are that you are dealing with. And those folks on the purple route, they did that, and I was able to give them more information. So please feel free to reach out to me, or we can reach out to you directly sometime tomorrow.
And I think on behalf of the board, we just want to, recognize everyone at this horseshoe agrees that this is unacceptable and that we want to make sure that your kids, all of our students, are getting to school safely and on time. FFT has been collecting and documenting all the questions that have come in from our community members as well as from fellow board colleagues. We will be addressing this in FFT committee to get responses to a lot of the questions that you have, that we have as well. And I know that the district is working furiously to rectify a lot of the challenges that your students are facing. I know it's not fast enough. So I just want to say I'm sorry, because I know that I can't imagine how disruptive it is, and all of our kids deserve better. So that concludes the the public speaks. Thank you all for coming. We're going to move on to new business. Just a reminder, new business is a time when board members can bring forth topics that are of urgency, that they have to be dealt with in that meeting and not at the next meeting. And for those who don't know, our next meeting is actually next week, I believe, on September 28th. So does anyone have new business for this evening? Seeing none, I will close new business and I will make a motion. The Board of Education will meet in public session on Thursday, September 28th at 6:30 p.m. in the district meeting room, 525 Academy Street. This meeting will be the back to school board meeting night, so please don't forget to wear your school spirit gear. Immediately following the opening of public session, the board will move to go into a closed session in the superintendent's office, as well as using an online video conference platform to discuss personnel, matters within the attorney-client privilege, legal negotiations, and other matters that may arise and require discussion to be announced at a later date. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Education will meet in public session, estimated to be around 7:30 PM in the district meeting room, 525 Academy Street. Utilizing an online video conference platform, which will include hearing of individuals, action will be taken. May I have a second? Okay, thank you. All in favor? That appears to be unanimous. So I would now like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting on Monday, September 18th at 10:46 PM. May I have a second? Thank you, Board Member Wright. All in favor? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone, and we will see you next week.